this great privilege to welcome you all to inauguration of Newborn Week India, observed from 15 to 21st November each year. This week is a reminder that the health, safety, dignity of our newborns must remain at heart of our and national priorities as well. This year, the theme adopted by NNF is Newborn Safety, Every Touch, Every Time, in Every Baby. So it is a powerful message which we are giving for our newborns. It reminds us that every interaction with a newborn is an opportunity to protect, an opportunity to prevent harm to them, and to ensure that each baby receives care that is safe, respectful, and evidence-based. Every touch reflects gentleness and skill required in newborn care. Every time emphasizes consistency, adherence to standards, and zero compromise in safety practices. Every baby reinforces equity. And daily commitment towards our neonates. Today we acknowledge and salute the tireless efforts of our healthcare providers, be it doctors, and our most coveted partners are nurses, midwives, program managers, and frontline workers who uphold this commitment every single day. Your dedication ensures that the first touch a newborn receives is a safe one. As we commence this year's Newborn Week, let us pledge to strengthen safety protocols, promote best practices, empower care teams, and educate family. Let us work together to build an environment where every baby is handled with care, protected with vigilance, and nurtured with compassion. Newborn safety is a foundation of our lifelong health. By ensuring safe care today, we ensure a secure and healthier future for India tomorrow. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to everybody present here and to those coming across the country. May this week inspire renewed commitment, stronger partnership, and impactful actions amongst all. Thank you. Thank you, all the dignitaries who are present over here. I would like to now go on to the lamp lighting ceremony before we invite everybody else for their few words. So can we have the candle?
Bye.
Achla ma'am. Ma'am,
अपना तो लगा चालू
गुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं गुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं गुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं गुरुत्वं कल्याणम् शुभं गुरुत्वं कल्याणम्
I would now request person who I have called maximum number of times in last 1 to 2 weeks, and a dear friend who has looked after this hall and our arrangements very closely with us, Brigadier Dr. Karthik Ram Mohan, to kindly welcome all of us from on behalf of the wonderful RR Medical College and Research Center.
Respected Rear Admiral Girish Gupta, respected Surgeon Lieutenant Commander Manoj, Sir, Dr. Amit Upadhyay, dignitaries on the stage and off the stage, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Commandant of Army Hospital, RNR Lieutenant General Avinash Das, I welcome you all to our hospital and wish you all a great day for today's National Newborn Week Days. It's a very important, neonatal care is becoming more and more important. It is, we have here in this hospital, we have an NICU, a 17-bed NICU. If you all have the time, please come and see the NICU. I will also take this opportunity to thank all the staff of Department of Pediatrics and the hospital who helped us put special names. Amongst residents, Major Sharad, and then our lactation counselor, Mrs. Seema Sharma, the Department of Pediatrics staff. We thank you all for the help that you put up with. Wishing you all a great day. Thank you all.
Now I invite our President-elect NNF, the very dynamic and smiling Dr. Lalan K. Bharti, to kindly come over and address.
Thank you, Dr. Rani. Respected Chief Guest, Guest of Honor, President, other dignitaries on and off the dais, good morning, and wishing you all a very, very happy newborn week to all of you. I extend my warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, colleagues, friends on this newborn week at this RR hospital. At the outset, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Karthik Ram Mohan for beautifully arranging this program in this venue, where we have been doing it for, I think, 5 years. 4 years. So big round of applause for Karthik. As Amit was telling, every year since 2000, we have been celebrating this newborn week across the country to raise awareness about the importance of newborn health in child care, development and health of the child. This celebration recognizes that the first few days of life, first few weeks of the life are crucial for child development as long as and the survival long-term outcome. The theme of this year has been very aptly celebrated. Newborn safety, every touch, every time and every baby. This indicates that the safety is not a single action. It is a continuous responsibility for everybody. Whether in the delivery room, in the NICU or at the home. Every single touch must be safe. Every procedure we do in the NICU must be evidence-based, and every care must be nurturing that we provide this baby. So this is not the one-person job. This is the shared responsibility of parents, doctors, nurses, as well as the society. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Ministry of Health, Government of India for celebrating this program in a big way. Day before yesterday we were there, they have released 3 modules. So my heartfelt congratulations to Government of India. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks and congratulations to Team NNF, especially Dr. Manoj and Amit and other contributors for bringing out 3 safety modules this year. So give a big round of applause to Manoj and Amit. So as a President 2026 of NNF of India, I feel this is not just a title or position or privilege. I feel this is a challenge. And together we all are custodian of health of newborn of India. And this is both the challenges as well as the opportunity. As Amit was telling, India has a significant strides in improving the neonatal health. Mortality has decreased significantly around 90, and that is a stigma. There has been very significant variation if you talk about the neonatal mortality. It varies in the state. Also, when we see within the state, it varies between the districts also, varying from 3 to 30. If you talk about the UP, then it 30 hoga, and if you talk about the Manoj state, it may be 5, 3. So, if really we want to decrease the neonatal mortality rate to single digit, so for that, we need to strengthen we need to work hard. Based on the local needs. So, under the strong leadership in the NNF, many programs, successful program has been implemented in this year and also previous years. So I will build on this strong foundation, focusing on collaboration, quality and nurturing care, and inclusiveness. Particularly the younger neonatologists, they are doing great job. So we'll do that. We have planned certain activities for the coming year. And that too will be based on some courses. Dr. Naveen is here. Dr. Dadish sir is here. So we are planning some courses coming here. And that too on the very minimal charges. And also we'll focus on collaboration with IAP and FOXY, certain programs, because alone we cannot do everything. So for that, I need your support, cooperation, and participation. I would also request our development partner, here UNICEF, to support us in the coming year for all our programs. I would also take this opportunity to extend my personal invitation to all of you for our upcoming national conference, NeoCon, which will be held in the city of Visakhapatnam from 12 to 14. So this is my personal invitation to all of you. This is a very beautiful city, beach city, great opportunity for meet, greet and interact with all of us. So with that, let us come together with renewed commitment to ensure that every newborn receive not only the care, but a safe, nurturing and quality care, so that every newborn baby can survive, thrive and transform. So with that, once again, wishing you all a very, very happy newborn week. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite one of the powerful ADs in UNICEF, Dr. Annapurna Kaur, to kindly come over and say a few words on how we two organizations can work together for better newborn care in the country.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Amit, for the warm welcome. I feel privileged to be here on behalf of the UNICEF to be among us, the distinguished guest of National Neonatology Forum, on the dais and off the dais. My respected teachers, many of them are here, and I have been privileged to have worked with them, worked under them, and I'm what I am because of them. I'm here, and also my friends and my colleagues and my juniors who are the future of neonatology and child health in India. I take this opportunity to extend first of all, my congratulations to the National Neonatology Forum for organizing this National Newborn Week, this particular day on 16th, for the launch of 3 modules which they have developed, which I see personally, and as Dr. Lalan was saying, we were just 2 days back, we were at the Ministry of Health, Family Welfare workshop consultation, again on the same sort of, modules and the system strengthening approaches. So it is an opportunity for all of us to come together to see how as partners, as the associations, and we can support the government in enhancing and strengthening the newborn care. As we stand at the pedestal of this, National Newborn Week today, I especially feel that while we are talking about the safety of the newborns, for UNICEF we know that we are an organization that always advocate the rights of the children. So for our all work is grounded on the conventions of the rights of the child, which means for us, we ensure that every child, every newborn born achieves the highest attainable health and well-being. So, and I see this as an opportunity how we can collaborate with the National Neonatology Forum, particularly for these 3 modules. Thank you, Dr. Amit, for sharing that. Last night I was running through the modules and see there are 4 important pillars in that module. 3 of them are components of the clinical care, that is around breastfeeding, then there is a medication safety, and there is an antimicrobial resistance prevention. But more importantly, I was really overwhelmed, and I really personally at personal level also like that there is a component of the fire safety. I know that as a UNICEF we have been working a lot on the fire safety audit since a long in SNCUs, and bringing that component right now undermines the importance of having a good infrastructure that basically supports the critical care and enhancement of the care for the newborns. And particularly now as we are sitting in this year, we see there's a lot of climatic challenges. So that is why I think that infrastructural component brings in the thinking around how do we plan our units well, which cater to our newborns and children, how we can plan them well, prepare them well, and be climate resilient. And I hope that this will be something that will be taken up subsequently in later years now with the Government of India as well. I close by saying that once again on behalf of UNICEF, I extend the warm appreciation to the leadership and vision of National Neonatology Forum to bring this module, and I also see an opportunity for UNICEF to take this forward in terms of we see a lot of opportunity in the digital platform. So if we can work collaborative, and I see if we can develop them into the e-webinars. So Dr. Amit and Dr. Lalan, if we can develop them as e-webinars or e-series, because we are working with many of our partners, we are doing this for the public health particularly, but then they can be upscaled immediately within the entire country. Secondly, just 2 days back, we have that nurturing care module and the efficiency module that were released by the Government of India. Again, I see an opportunity of integration there. And for UNICEF, because we are supporting Government of India in the quality improvement initiatives, particularly in SNCUs, NPSUs and labor rules. So I see there's again an opportunity of integration into the quality cycle. So we can work together on that and see, because for that we don't have to have any particular type of SOPs and standards. That's already a part of a larger program. And I was just thinking, yes, definitely there's an opportunity of a greater collaboration, and which also sits well within the mandate of UNICEF to ensure that every child achieves the highest attainable, health, well-being, and achieves the maximum potential. So thank you so much also again for having me here, and I wish all the success to our collaboration. Thank you so much.
So the idea of integrating all programs with this FBNC nurturing care with safety module is really wonderful, and we should do that in collaboration with government, UNICEF, and the next leadership of NNF which is coming over. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rajesh Mehta sir, formerly Regional Advisor WHO CRO, and one of my very close teachers who has taught me the art and science of pediatrics in Safdarjung Hospital, Dr. Rajesh Mehta sir.
Thank you, Amit. The chief guest, Dr. Girish Gupta, the president and president-elect, Dr. Manoj and Dr. Lallan, Amit, vice president, and Annapurna and my colleagues, Ravi is also sitting here, great, and my friends on the other side. Sunny morning, as Amit just observed, but also he was, Lallan was saying these are some challenges but opportunities. Lot of smog and AQI, we can't probably manage that. But luckily the challenge of newborn survival, I think we have learnt a lot and we know what works. So there are some problems in lives when nothing works, and it takes time. But Lallan reminded us that even if we know what works to bring down the newborn mortality, for 3 years the government estimates suggest we are stagnating. So 2011 and 2020 we have seen 40% reduction, which is great. And since 1990, if I see India, they have actually surpassed global decline. Much more than global decline, India has actually demonstrated survival acceleration. So NNF has been part of the government programming. In fact, we all, actually our leaders at that time led the program rather than, and showed the path to the government. So that legacy actually should be good even now to tackle this stagnation which is happening. And as Lallan was also recalling that there is so much disparity among states and within states and districts, that the same things which work in some states have not been working in some other states. So knowledge, evidence is common, but local factors actually, largely related to implementation, the strength in the health system, largely the public health system, requires something different to be done. So this is the 25th year of newborn week probably, and every year we get together and rededicate and recommit ourselves. So this year I think we should do a little more. And there is huge opportunity presently to work also at state level. National level we have been very active. But we have 12,000 members now, and most state branches are also there. And can our state leadership actually do interstate mentoring? Because there are states which have already reached single digits. 6 states in India have already reached, and the single digit national goal. And Kerala is a startling example. Presently, we recognize that infant mortality and newborn mortality has come down to 3 and 4 and 5, which is as good as Scandinavia. So can the state leadership of Kerala or Tamil Nadu or Goa, for example, work with UP, Jharkhand, Bihar leadership? And through your influence, because many of you have influence with the government, the state governments must be reached, and some mechanism from positive deviance, states to the states which need more help, that how do we do it differently to bring, accelerate mortality reduction. So knowledge base continues. That's a non-ending process because evidence keeps churning and changing. So new knowledge, new modules will keep on coming. But how do you translate that into actually on the ground to actually make, impact the survival? And Amit and everyone has said not only survive but thrive. Okay, so NNF still remains very potent partner and a torchbearer and pathfinder, not only for India, for the world also. So Manoj, when I was last year when I was helping the WHO Geneva office to look at how the small sick newborn care, the FBNC, which we call here the standards, how they evolved actually. And globally we found there is no evidence base to back up that what standards have country used. Rarely we saw that there are some governments who have adopted standards. SNCU model from India, which all of you contributed, has been replicated in the neighborhood countries and in Africa. So there was clear evidence that SNCU model has been a role model for many countries to bring down newborn mortality. We still have that potential. We can still show that in the states and districts where it is stagnating, how we help them to do it differently, apply the same evidence-based, knowledge-based, interventions, and how do we make it, effective there. So this particular today, the theme we have chosen for Newborn Week is, clearly in sync with the World Patient Safety Day. So you are saying newborn safety. There also the theme has been for pediatrics and newborn care. World Patient Safety Day, which we observe every 17th September. And this year, WHO for World Patient Safety Day actually provided 5 global goals. And 5 global goals are engage children, parents and families. That's one. Second is enhance medication safety. Third is improve diagnostic safety. Fourth is prevent healthcare associated infections. And fifth is reduce risks for small and sick newborn. Yeah? So I see that the compendium which is going to be released, and we see that a lot of you have contributed to that, includes some of these important topics already. So there is a synchronicity, there is a like-mindedness in the approach as the world progresses. NNF already is there to lead the march. So it is important that the first global goal, which is about parents and families, that should also be our primary business as a professional association, because without that equal partner of parents and families, our job is incomplete. So somehow try to strengthen that component also, that how do we empower the families, because thriving of a newborn graduate from your nurseries largely would depend on how families provide the care. So the power that the families have, we should brush that up and capacitate them to take care of preemies and babies who have come out of complications and are ready to contribute to Viksit Bharat in 20 years' time. So with that, there is still scope of improving the knowledge base, but also at the same time, as I mentioned, translate knowledge into practice, both in private sector and government sector. Government is not so much concerned presently with private sector care. So it is your leadership which determines what happens there. And it is right, Annapurna is worried about quality and equity. So quality of care has equal relevance in private sector. Many places we find in big hospital, the hospitality part of the service is great. And many parents and families would be very happy with what they get because of the hospitality part. But they have no judgment or idea of the technical quality of care, Nagesh. So what treatment we give is up to them to adhere to the global or national standards, right? So are we able to standardize the care, which is NNF's professional responsibility? That every baby, every time gets the same type of care, which is based on the latest evidence. So that variation is limited, and standardized care which is more effective and more efficient financially also, because it will save money. So while we are in this week, the world is also, Manoj, observing World Prematurity Day. Traditionally it's 15th and 17th? 17th? And WHO Assembly this year, because member states said that we should have a WHO Day on prematurity, so WHO has decided 15th as the prematurity day. So every year we will celebrate this, and this year strong start for lifelong happiness is that kind of theme is there for prematurity day. So strong start happens in your hands, right? With good quality of care, with acuity in mind, and then the care which translates into survive, thrive and transform. So all of that again is very topical for our week this year, and I'm happy that we have been contributing, NNF has been contributing, and we must thank the leadership previously and presently to have continued this tradition. And I agree with Amit, we are not going by the attendance this morning, because our foot soldiers are back at home and workplaces still on a Sunday and offering good quality care to newborns under their charge. So let's continue these efforts, my friends, and custodians of newborn is a big responsibility. And newborns and then children and then adolescents and then Viksit Bharat 2047 is entirely dependent on what pediatricians and neonatologists can do in this society. So my congratulations to all of you, and my thanks for giving me this opportunity, and my best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful words of wisdom and showing a path not only to other doctors but NNF as well of what we need to do in coming years. Now I invite our NNF President, Dr. V.C. Manoj, for his presidential remarks on Newborn Week.
Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Girish Gupta, Guest of Honor, Dr. Rajesh Mehta, our guest from UNICEF, Dr. Annapurna Kaur, my other friends from NNF on the dais, respected seniors, and my dear friends. Well, warm greetings, officially from the National Neonatology Forum, as we celebrate the Newborn Week. It's very nostalgic for me on two reasons. I've been here for all the Newborn Week celebrations conducted here, and coming here is homecoming for me. Reminds me, gives me such a tsunami of nostalgia of my earlier days, both when I began my career in pediatrics at AFMC, as well as my short 5-year stint in Navy in 2 ships, INS Udayagiri and INS Dunagiri at Visakhapatnam, and then 2 naval hospitals, INS Kalyani in Vizag and INHS Ashwini in Mumbai. So it's really such a great feeling for me to just be here, and reminds me that as the good old saying goes, no, you can't get, the time will not wait for you. You really miss what all things you enjoyed. Newborn week is a time for us to reflect. Let us reflect on the newborn care that we have been giving in our country. The last century, we were talking about survival of the small babies and all, and then with the beginning of the century, we started talking about intact survival, and then we started talking about nurturing of care. And in this decade, we have different objectives. We want to transform these babies, helping them reach their full adult potential, free from all metabolic and lifestyle diseases. That's a tall task. To achieve that, we cannot do things alone. We need others to help us, because the first part is done by our colleagues, and I just want to mention the presence of our obstetric representative in NF, Dr. Fezzi Lewis. Thank you, Fezzi, for coming. So the obstetricians look after our babies as fetus, and fetal health is the one that actually determines how we are going to play the game, and subsequently, of course, the various other parameters we do. So if we are to make a real difference in newborn care, we need to carry them. As Dr. Laln was saying, we need to have our obstetric participation as well. This week's theme is newborn safety. Well, it is time. It is very apt for the decade, because as I said, we need to help them reach their full potential. And biggest problem we have in intensive care now is iatrogenesis. The data from NICHD says 64%. That is US multi-centric study. If we cause problems for 64% of the babies who gets admitted in NICU, that I am very certain that our figures, we don't have figures in our country of iatrogenesis, and it's going to be much, much more. So safety is going to be the parameter which should guide us for when we treat babies. We are happy to release 4 modules. This is actually pre-release, the final release after modification from our partners, the UNICEF, Ministry of Health and all, would be at the NeoCon. But the 4 modules that we are presenting are the work of so many people who have contributed a lot of hours for this. However, there is a disclaimer to this module. As was rightly said by Rajesh Mehta sir, India's strength is in its heterogeneity, but that is also our challenge. What is true, what is written in that module may be very apt for the persons who devised it in that particular scenario. It may be totally irrelevant in another part of the country. We have a lot of variety in our country. The state-of-the-art facility that exists may coexist with another center which may provide the most primitive care, maybe 100 kilometers apart. And we have various other problems as well, like the government service, the government hospitals and the private hospitals, and various other problems. So having a guideline is not going to be the only step that we should look at. That should guide us to formulate our own regional standards of care. It's a tall task. That is why all of us need to really contribute. NNF has been fortunate because we are a small organization. 11,000 is not a big number if you compare to other professional organizations in medicine. So we are a coherent group where we respect each other's views, we try to change, but then the problem is there is no dictum that tells us this is what is to be done. 1 plus 1 is not 2 in newborn care. There are lots of shades of grey that we find. And this is a challenge we need to realize. And adding to the confusion, what is said as the point of care, the standard of care now is going to be totally obsolete after a few years also. So this is the game we need to play with a lot of maturity. So knowledge is not enough, the wisdom has to come. I read something which I keep talking whenever I get a chance to talk. There are 3 types of knowledge. First kind of knowledge is that, okay, you know that you know. So that is fine. Let's apply that. That is wisdom. The second group is the knowledge that you don't know it. So we seek help or refer these cases when you talk in terms of patient care. That is again wisdom. But what is the wisdom in the third category? I am not very sure. The third kind of knowledge is the knowledge that you don't know that you don't know it. So you think you know it. So what is the wisdom in that? This is the problem. And this, this is not a joke. This is everyday neonatology for you in our country. So it is indeed a reflection, because today is the day we reflect on all our activity, our newborn care. And coming to our organization, NNF, I also reflect the last year I was fortunate to have a great team, and we were also trying to reach the unreached babies, trying to bridge the gap between science and practice by some organized programs, continuing some of the programs that were there already, and then adding to that some more, like the All About Sepsis, a course where, online course where we actually elaborated at length on various aspects of sepsis in various parts of the country. Another for neonatal ventilation, the NeoVen course, which has taken different forms. We continued with the point of care, the sonic, and then we had some special programs like NNF Help, where like under the chairmanship of Dr. Naveen Jain, we were able to offer for rare diseases free treatment to the parents, or rather free workup and things like that. So these are some of the programs we were able to launch, and they are all taking shape. Some of them have problems, we are trying to evolve, and then I am so fortunate that the next 2 presidents have really looked at, agreed to look at the activities very objectively and then continue them. So, and then we have the quick review of neonatal practice for the doctors, which has been well received, and then we have, we have shortage of funds is the one that is actually not, and some other technical difficulties why we are not able to do more courses on that, and then quick review of neonatal practice for the nurses. This was where we actually, had eye-opening revelations. We had 2,000 nurses from all over the country who registered for this program. Program is a 5-month course. It's going to conclude this month. Last 5 months, we have been having teaching in the Zoom, and then conversations in Telegram. And then as we go through that, the practice, the kind of insights we get are actually too much. And then we had another suggestion from I want to mention his name, Dr. Naveen Jain. He about having a program apart from the nursing fellowship for actually because we are all in short of qualified nursing hands in the periphery. I'm not talking about places like this where you have the experts. So some sort of a course where this suggestion incidentally came from the group itself actually. So we are happy to launch that program also today, QNN. So this is again another initiative which hopefully will take off. The details will be elaborated by the course coordinator himself. And so this is a journey that we do. And then we are all fortunate in having such a coherent enough that every year programs, the well-received programs are continuing. Just to mention one of them, like the one that started by Dr. Ranjan Pajawat, Noel, the teaching program that is so big a hit. Now it has evolved into something like now each center participates. Now we give, every month we give to one state to conduct, and next month is other state. So programs are evolving, but programs are all making us do more and more. Still, probably these may all be drops of water in the ocean, because our objective need to change to something more general or something more simple like primary prevention. That's where we need to look at the fetal health and the fetal wellness and things like that. So there are areas where we can have widespread elaborations. Some of the elaborations are going to take place, like the primary prevention measures, all the four primary prevention measures, like delivering the baby onto the mother's abdomen, zero separation, immediate kangaroo mother care, and then the exclusive breastfeeding, protected sleep. Some of these modules are being replicated. At least the breastfeeding we are going to have a discussion today. So this is a non-ending process for us, and my only request is that knowledge is not enough, we need wisdom. So if you know what is wisdom, just think about what I told you about the 3 types of knowledge. So that is where we need to update ourselves. I would like to, before concluding, thank one of my very good friends, Brigadier Karthik Ram Mohan, who had agreed to hold this program in this same venue this year also, because there was some confusion initially this year, but we are very fortunate to get a chance as NNF to come to taste the life in armed forces. May not be, it's a very teaser, or you can't call it a teaser. But then, that is one thing. We would love to do every year. Let's hope that this will be a common area where every year we continue to come here and then reflect on what is newborn care. So I would invite all of you in the various responsibilities that you have in the various things to actually, we need to make some real changes. So this is something that we need to really reflect on. Before concluding, I just want to echo Lalan's same invitation. We are having our next national conference at Visakhapatnam, the beautiful city of Visakhapatnam, in the beautiful venue, Hotel Novotel, just by the side of the beach. So I would invite all of you, please do come for the NeoCon, just 3 weeks ahead now, 11 to 14 December. So please do come to Isaac and let us all meet, because this is the only time when we all meet together. Because we think the one area we think we are the whole, but we are not. The India is so huge that when you travel, only you will realize. At least those of you who travel will know that actually what is true in one place is not true So let us all meet in Neocon. I cordially invite all of you to join us in Neocon. And thanking again the R&R Hospital team for hosting us today, and thanking all of you for coming from all parts of the country. That's it. Jai NNF. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your kind address. Yes, speaking from the heart, as Dr. Rajesh Mehta sir said. And now I invite Surgeon Admiral Dr. Girish Gupta sir, NM VSM retired Professor Emeritus and Program Director for DNB, and Dr. Girish Gupta sir to address us as a keynote address as our chief guest for the day.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, the esteemed faculty, and the wonderful participants. It is a very special day of my life, for the simple reason that I always dreamt to stand this auditorium. First time I came and then spoke on PDA, maybe 25 years back, the medical management of PDA, and there was a surgeon with me. That's one. But second was that, and I should get a chance of sitting with 2-3 presidents on the stage. So it is happening today. And the people who advise us, the WHO, the UNICEF, sitting with them is a singular honor for me. So I thank God Almighty for this. Ladies and gentlemen, when I start any activity, a formal activity, I follow a particular protocol. If you agree with me, then I will start in that manner. And that is, we take few vows every day as a ritual. And I take 7 vows, but today we'll just take 3 vows if the President allows me. Would you take with me? Thank you. Very considerate people. Very izzat rakhi, thank you. So I would first state and then kindly repeat. Very simple. And since I'm connecting with newborn safety, so I'm just bringing out those points. So please repeat after me. Oh God bless us, so that we do not harm anyone, we do good to others, and we should try to become a better human being. Oh God bless us. Thank you. So I've just taken 3 things. Not to harm anyone. Non-maleficence should be the objective of every clinician. If we take that vow today, our week will be successful, the newborns shall survive and intact. But if we don't make it as our first principle of medicine, we'll keep creating mistakes and mistakes. So that is why I requested all of you to please take that vow. Second is do good. Do good comes after not doing harm. Please remember that in clinical neonatology. And if you are not a good human being, you are worth nothing. You could be a best technocrat, but still you are far away. I just said a few formal things. I acknowledge few people, but I personally feel that today I am very, very fortunate again because I am amongst my extended family. Here everyone belongs to me directly or indirectly and astrally. So you can imagine that whatever I'm talking to my family. Now, if we have to change tide, we must do introspection. And introspection starts from self. I'll share with you my blunders in neonatology, for which even God will not pardon me. They will keep piercing my heart. And I thought, let me express them publicly. I killed the first baby in Jammu, maybe 30 years back, when I advised injection dopamine infusion, which was to be given over 6 hours. And then I was called somewhere, and when I come back after 10 minutes, the baby was given CPR, responsible for that death. The dopamine which was to be given over 6 hours was given over a few minutes. I am responsible. Second prick. I was in Vizag again some 30 years back. A 1.2 kilogrammer baby inside incubator. I had 80% burns. The skin sensor got rotated. Such a simple thing. And then of course, God was kind to me that that baby lived. But I am responsible for that. Killed 3 babies at one time. In the NICU, there were 7 babies on ventilator. Power suddenly went away. There was not sufficient hands to ambulate them. Lost 3 babies. Imagine. I am just giving you tip of iceberg. If you introspect, each one of you, I don't think you should have such things, but there would be things. And therefore, when I leave home every day, I pray God that today I should come minimum medical errors, medication errors. And hence, safety is of paramount importance, and even one life is lost, there's a loss which cannot be replaced. So work for each newborn survival with total dedication. It doesn't come by lectures. Cognitive domain means knowledge. It comes by affective domain, your attitude. And I see all the leaders sitting here, and all leaders must ensure that we must bring in an attitudinal change in all the colleagues to whomsoever we are accountable, including parents, nurses. And if we succeed in bringing attitudinal change, we are in. But if we don't bring in attitudinal changes, we just write books, publish articles, it's a cognitive domain. Today, with the advancements of IT technology, you hardly finish writing your question, the answer is there. You thought of 5 lines, it gives you 50 pages. Therefore, I would request the NNF leadership that please divert your attention in a manner, whatever we could do, more on affective domain, maybe some workshops where you are showing role models, situational analysis, how to handle them. It will bring in a huge change. The second thing after attitudinal domain, I come to a psychomotor domain, the skills. I have enough experience and examples where wrong procedures, wrong places, pediatric surgeon putting ICDs and hitting the phrenic nerve, crossing the midline. Not pardonable. Therefore, we all, whatever specialty, profession we belong to, we must become highly skilled if we want to really bring in a safety to our newborn and create some programs where the skill is enhanced. The other thing, when we are talking of a skill, it is very important to do audit of the skill. लोग बताया था ना जानते हैं कि हम I call them a psychotic who do wrong and do not know that they are doing wrong. They feel they are doing right. And that is a problem in skill. I have seen CLEs being congenital lobar emphysema being punctured as pneumothorax. And when you argue, they don't believe. That's not on. So each neonatologist worth his salt or her salt must do audit. And I say in simple language, a double check. If we develop a habit of double checking, whatever we write or whatever we practice, there are much less chances of doing mistake than leaving and doing blunders. So these are my first few humble suggestions that whatever programs we make, these things should be incorporated in a proportion as feasible, but I have given some indications. We all are very senior people sitting in the front row and even behind. It is a time to become efficient. I normally ask my people, tell me the difference between effective and efficient. You can ask yourself, what is the difference between being effective and being efficient? Effective means that you are being able to do a job. Maybe correctly. But if you have to save newborn, where time is a very crucial determinant, you have to be efficient. Because here, the denominator over effectivity is the time. How fast you do it. How timely you do it. And therefore, all of us sitting here should make a very serious effort, sincere effort to become efficient. Making efficient is one message which I wanted to give. Now I would like to stagger the things in my own opinion, what I feel, which will make newborns survive and intactly survive. And in my own perspective, how do I feel? I'll just not take the entire thing, I'll just pick up some bullets for here, some bullets from there, so that I have few points to make. It's just that. If we make people genius in this country, firstly, everyone is capable to become genius. Natural. But we are responsible. If he had the potential to become genius, we don't let him become genius. We are at fault. And I want to pinpoint those fault places, fault lines. And I'll request with my obstetrician first. Today you see the way babies are delivered before 39 weeks of gestation. Medical reasons are fine. But if it delivered before completed 39 weeks of gestation, there are n number of problems. N number of problems. And in all systems, brain in particular, the maximum organ growth and function takes place in third trimester. And that is what we deprive by getting them out earlier. There is no NICU in the world which can mimic uterine environment. We can just boast, but nothing is comparable to uterus. Even a day's extension is welcomed rather than getting that baby out a day earlier. So my very humble request with folded hands to all my perinatologists, that please don't get the baby out before getting full potential inside, which nature allows him to stay or her to stay on. Don't take them out earlier, otherwise I just mentioned neurotic, psychotic, there will be a number of neurotics. ADHD is rampant in those babies who are coming out. There are even reported psychiatric cases. In all organs, NICU admissions, an amount of morbidity, all before 39 weeks. But here it's fine. If there are medical reasons, please go ahead. But I would be very happy if my team here, the leadership, can have a joint session on perinatology and make this as a singular program that we shall not let the baby come out before 39 completed weeks of gestation. Tremendous improvement, tremendous safety, tremendous good is going to happen to them. There is a concern on the part of obstetrician. When I say I will talk on this, sir, हमारी रोजी रोटी का क्या होएगा? It's not about point of roji roti. You are giving a family a baby who is going to suffer throughout his life, and hence you think of one ADHD in the family, one autism in the family. So please keep that in mind. Coming to labor, early neonatal care. Here I would request that my neonatologist colleagues should look at the concept level and rationalize newborn care in a manner which is focused to that individual, to that environment, and see how it can relate to the nature's best processes. If you will follow those principles, have concept at core, you will do well, your trainees will do well, all your lineage will do well. But if you don't take out a concept level, they will follow something which may not relate exactly to that baby at that point of time. So there should be a little shift in the attitude of the people, of the leadership. And then it has a large number of things which I can talk, but I'll restrict. So at a concept level, audit, try to align with nature, be humane, and I show one picture in all my presentation when I'm talking on communication, And that I will depict here, my newborn picture says there like this. Leave me alone, not disturb me. If you just remember this non-verbal communication of the baby, it has an immense message to be conveyed. But we do the reverse. So please remember that. He is a human being. He has his reactions and sensitivities. If you value, he will have the best outcome, otherwise he'll become very short. Now moving to nurses. You are the backbones. The entire credit, without exception, 100%, in my unit I gave it to my nurses if the baby is doing well. Please consolidate yourself. Don't hesitate in criticizing doctors at the point of occurrence. I might write a wrong prescription accidentally. You are the one who would say that dose aapne galat dekha. So be a strong watchdog. Pick up things early. A baby just can't die all of a sudden. So I bet that will take the market. We have given you monitors which gives trends. Look at the trend. We are a very strong human observer. And when you tell us, sir, ye bachcha acha nahi lag raha, there is no more serious input to us to take a corrective action. So recognize yourself. Come up. Tell that this is not right when it is not right. Don't hesitate. You will do a tremendous good. If you are good, my medication errors are going to be the least. So awaken yourself. Coming to our advisors and national policies. How long we remain second in the world? It's a high time that we should become first in the world. I am coming to artificial intelligence. I would say with due humility, ma'am and sir, that we have written the first book of artificial intelligence in neonatology, published about 8 months back. Such thick book. We have developed about 8 calculators on artificial intelligence in newborn applications. Starting from triage, monitoring, research question, jaundice management, counseling, and so on and so forth. So we are fully using it. Maybe our leadership takes it as a major thrust area. Therefore, somebody else comes and tells you there is something which is AI in neonatology. It should be our theme in times to come if we want to lead the world. And as I stated, that we should become efficient. AI is the thing in. Use it, you will become most efficient. Use it timely. But remember, nobody on earth can replace human intelligence. So AI is just a facilitator. It must not replace us. As long as this is in mind, we shall not do blunders. Otherwise, there will be blunders in offing and you will say AI is the one which we have used. So please remember that. But it is now with immediate effect. Even when you go out from this hall, you must recap your practices and see where all you are using AI. If anyone wants to collaborate with me, I am in. I'll facilitate you. Like last night, he was very kind. Secretary. रात को 10 बजे मेरे को बोलते हैं सर आपको कीनोट एड्रेस देना है. मैं कहा दोस्त हो तो ऐसे हो. But then I had my friend with me. I created one infogram, which I'll share him after the talk. Maybe it will be a landmark infogram on newborn safety. So that is how one could become efficient using artificial intelligence, and it's the time now. Let me also express, sir, ma'am, everyone, that we should be second to none in the world. I have coined 2 terms, 2 branches of science. I have called it the neonatology, the science of medicine, which is neonatology plus AI. So I made it neonatology. It's already copyrighted. And I've written at least 3-4 articles on neonatology. I hope NNF leadership takes up as neonatology as one of the chapters, or maybe a lead there. Likewise, perinatology. Again, it's copyrighted, and the world would remember that neonatology started in India. You shall be quoted, not we shall quote somebody else. So it's a high time that we become progressive. become highly efficient, absorb as it is useful to us. Lastly, you must feel the pain of a newborn. Always try to go on the other side of the table and feel that whenever a newborn is coming, it is your newborn. That approach has to be inculcated at all levels, whether we are practicing, planning, or doing anything else. So newborn is mine. And when it's mine, maybe somebody might say I'm off the track, I'm one little eccentric. But the fact is that when I see a newborn, I have a direct communication with him as I'm talking to the God. I go to that level of understanding with him. When we develop this sixth sense, we become a different newborn. So I request all of you that start thinking newborn differently today. After this small dialogue of mine, you should feel little transformed. At least thinking about newborn differently, thinking about AI, becoming more efficient. So with this, I would once again thank you everyone for giving this opportunity to me, letting my dream realize of standing before you. Now, since Manu said he had so many associations with the Navy, so if I have to conclude, I have to recognize my service. So I'll conclude with few salutations. If you wish, you can repeat, but I'll say thank you very much. Jai Jawan, Jai Neonatology, Jai Newborn, Jai Bharat. तो फिर तैयार हैं बदल के जाने के लिए? We shall change newborn safety when we meet next time. Today we lose one baby every 0.45 seconds globally somewhere. That status should change, and the lead should start from India. May God bless all of us, and may all newborns in India and globally have safer and stronger life, and they become all future people with full IQ and genius. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent keynote address, which will open many locks in neonatology, especially related to the AI in neonatology, and we will definitely try to have that in the next tenure of Dr. Lalan, sir. So now, after this wonderful keynote address, we want to launch a couple of books which have been made by all the NNF members themselves. And we are very grateful to them to devoting a lot of time and intelligence in making them. A lot of hard work has gone into that. And all the dignitaries are requested to please unveil our newborn safety module. I would like to call a couple of people who have worked very hard on this to be on the stage for that as well. Dr. J.P. Dadit, sir. Dr. Ramesh Agarwal, sir, Head of Neonatology at AIMS. Dr. Kapil Joshi, can you please come over as well from Ministry? He's here. Dr. Mamta Jaju, is she here? Dr. Pratima. I would like to call Dr. our sister Achla, who is ADG Nursing, and we welcome her over here. She has been a part of medication safety, and I would request to come over. Dr. Suksham, Dr. Pratima, please. आइए Dr. Kamal, he is on fire. Dr. Anup Mohta, sir. Sir is a pediatric surgeon, and it just shows how we require collaboration with all different specialties to come out giving good neonatology. So thank you very much. This newborn safety module is it's an exceptional book which has come out, and 4 modules are there, and we have limited copy. Still, it is with ministry to review. They have some alterations to make. So it's a pre-publication draft copy, and it has sections on breastfeeding module, because we all know that how important breastfeeding is for safety of all newborns. It covers babies in postnatal ward, babies in NICU. We have medication safety, AMR module or antimicrobial stewardship, and fire safety, which is important to all of us. And our next 2 hours after breakfast, we will be discussing all the 4 modules as well along with you. Now I would like the dignitaries to launch the NNF Today book as well. It tells about the activities done by NNF in last quarter, in last 3 months. Dr. Tapas, who don't be here like us, sir, said, like a true foot soldier of neonatology, is taking rounds in his hospital. He says he had 50 babies to look on a Sunday, so he would be coming a bit late. So, NNF Today for you all. Thank you, sir. And now I would like to invite Dr. Naveen Jain to kindly come over and launch the newborn nursing course. So it's a basic nursing course which Dr. Naveen has written, and NNF is collaborating with that course so as to train basic nurses for that. Dr. Naveen, if you could. Yes, you can talk about it by the time.
Thank you. While we speak about this, there is a working schedule which we all have. We are all doing high-end neonatology, maybe 50 to 60% of the day, and also look after non-sick babies maybe for another half of the day. This proportion will be different for different people. There may be hardcore neonatologists who are spending almost the whole day in the NICU. But only 10% babies are in the NICU, sir. 90% babies are normal newborns. Even our examinations do not have a normal newborn for cross-examination. If a student gets a normal newborn, he will go back and say, आज इनके पास एक बच्चा था ही नहीं देने के लिए तो नॉर्मल न्यूबॉर्न दे दिया. हाँ जी सर, सच में बिल्कुल फेल हो जाएंगे. तो work has been happening. This is not something that is new. All the modules that you have presented are part of normal newborn care. But the question is, who should deliver it? While we see a bridge falling somewhere, or you negotiate a smooth road without difficulty, there is a huge role of a great scientist or an engineer or a technology person who made it, but finally is the person जिसने सीमेंट मिक्स करके डाल रहा है, उसको हम देख नहीं पाते. उसको अगर बताया नहीं कि क्या मिक्स करना है, तो no science will reach reality. So we need 2 types of foot soldiers is the keyword we've been using today. Nurses, and one level closer to care person also, what we call as nursing assistants, who need to learn this normal newborn care. We propose a 6 months training program where aspects from resuscitation room, each one of us knows that that is a no man's land. You go to any hospital, only on the inspection day it is put right, because it neither belongs to the obstetrician nor to the neonatologist. Who will make sure that everything is in order in that place? We need somebody, a foot soldier there, both at the level of arranging things and carrying out protocols. We say skin to skin care contact करना है. When we started doing this QI about a year back, the question was, उस बच्चे को पेट पे से गिरने ना देने का कौन रहेगा वहाँ पे? Obstetrician रुकेगा, nurse रुकेगी, उसको तो सारे काम करने, hundreds of other jobs, and the neonatologist wants to run back to his NICU. So there has to be somebody who knows what to do. You can find manpower, but are you training them correctly? Lactation care. One of the mothers started crying. The 3 people came for rounds over 3 days. One said give 2 hourly, other said give 3 hourly, third said when baby demands. Which one should I follow? So standardization of these cares. I asked Dr. Arun Vadwa for help because I realized my vaccination nurses were sometimes not doing standard practice. That where can they come for training? He said, give me 1 day. And he came back and said, sorry, unfortunately we do not have a program in India for formally training vaccination nurses. And this is what we're doing every day. So having a purple book, but how does purple book get to the baby? So are we having people who know? You may have a spot on the oral polio vaccine, but usko dekhna hai, somebody has to see it. Are you standing, Manoj, and seeing it every day? We are not. So the translational care has to happen. So we propose a 6 months program. Doesn't require very hi-fi stuff. It requires that some formal content, very lean, very doable, very meaningful, not theoretical content. No expenditure involved literally. Wherever NLF has accreditation, we should be able to train both these cadre of people, nurses and nursing assistants. You don't have to call them to Delhi or Bangalore to conduct an examination. Simulation can be done today online. You just give them an exercise, can you do it actually? Karke dikhao. If that is there, they are certified. And today we stand here, 2002 when I passed out, sir, there were only 6 people getting formally trained in neonatology. And we had 540 electoral constituencies. But today we have 300 people getting trained. Some people said that fellowships diluted care. Like at least people are standing in every district and talking about thermoregulation, improving breast milk, not giving antibiotics, asepsis routines, vaccinations followed. So when we have a larger workforce, quality is bound to improve. So that is all. So let us please have this program launched. Thank you NNF for taking up this, which we have tried out for 1 year and has started churning magic for us at a small place. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen. So I think it will be a good program which not only it is meant for pre-nursing people who have passed well, but even those who are doing fellowship, they can do this concomitantly. This goes. Dr. Naveen? Dr. Naveen? Your attention please. So, can the nurses who are doing fellowship in neonatology, and can they do this course concomitantly? So that will help them. So it will be an additional academic program which they will enroll into, and so that will be good for these nurses. So we need to formulate a booklet probably for them, and that can be done in this year, which we can ease over. Thank you. Now I would like to give a memento of thanks to our dignitaries. So with the just passing off the festival of Diwali and Ganesh Chaturthi, we have opted to give Ganesha to everybody. Few will be offered Ganesha on the dignitaries will be offered. So I would request to begin. Dr. Manoj said she would participate. And all those in the audience also, we have a Ganesha and this one for newborn safety, and Neonatology Forum is there for everybody to take, and we can collect that from outside or from the stage itself. come over. So we'll have a formal vote of thanks by Dr. Dinesh Tomar, Vice President, and after that we will try to have a group photograph of all who are here before we break for breakfast and tea downstairs in the hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amit. So it's a proud privilege delivering the vote of thanks. We started this program, Dr. Daljit was our part of the team, and then we thought that why not join Army and have this first. And I think now it's 4th year we are celebrating it. First of all, I want to thank our chief guest, Dr. Girish sir and Dr. Rajesh, our guest of honor. It's always privileged listening to both of you. Then our office bearers and EB members, and especially Dr. Manoj and Dr. Amit. Dr. Amit has been working very hard for last 1 week for this program. And all our seniors and teachers who are sitting here. All the members who have come from different states, our state leaderships or the representatives. All the faculty who have come, all the delegates. And especially now the staff of RR, the people who are working in the auditorium. And all the office staff of NNF. Thank you so much for smooth conduct of this program. And thank you so much.
So I request everybody to come on stage itself and we'll have a photograph group together.
तेरा कैमरा चल रहा है
कमल सर कैसे है बढ़िया आप कैसे हैं
नीचे झुकना पड़ेगा जल्दी आ यार क्लोज से वाइड करियो भैया भैया पीछे
This mug and Ganesha is there for every doctor and nurse and all our associates who have come over. So please take it with you.
So, thank you, Sanjay. And as we thought, we'll go by a talk show because when we develop all these modules, these are all optimum. But in life, real life scenarios and various types of NICU, you will not get a real optimal conditions, and you can't
Dr.
optimize
Ramesh, please come over.
everything. So
You are the
we
expert.
firstly go by the optimum about the module. So if you want, then we can just show those slides of the module.
Yep.
Um,
The slides uploaded. Debrun? Slides.
नहीं डाला नहीं उस पे
आप
अच्छा
डाल
it's
देते
okay.
हैं, आप बता दो।
We will take it later on. It's better not to start because in real life scenario we'll always get to this only that we have background of optimum and but we will not get those conditions which are optimum. So we can later on show the optimality and begin with the real things. So Sanjay, would you like to begin with the real situation?
So let me start with the most pragmatic versus ideal debate. When you look at the manual, it will say so many beds are required, so many isolation rooms are required per bed, 1:4 nurses, one is but actual question which I have should we wait to build that ideal infrastructure before starting AMS, or we could implement effective stewardship even in resource limited condition? What's your bare minimum that you want to start with? Ankur, maybe you can take it up.
Thank you, sir. I think if we'll wait for the ideal situation, then it will never come. So whatever we have to start. Even if in the settings of resource limited, we will have a good pediatrician or neonatologist who have the clinical idea of starting antibiotic. Because the reason most of the time what happens that you start early, you start with a broad spectrum antibiotic, you don't stop, you don't follow the culture, you don't rely on the culture report. So even if we don't have the diagnostic facility of costing a very high, much like a BACTEC and VITEC, we still rely upon our human resources, the nursing staffs and clinical scenario of the patients. So early, if not required, do not start antibiotic. If you have started, then stop early. That would be an ideal situation.
If I was a medical administrator and I'll give you 5 lakh rupees, where would you spend that? Just tell me three things where you would make sure that this AMS starts working for you.
I think 5 lakh would be very less, very
Yes,
less.
I would also say my administrator, you have forgotten a zero.
Okay, the CEO is Dr. Karthik, you would want to increase that allocation from 5 to...
You can always start small, but I would say in today's world, forgive me if I may be a little proactive, with the cost of antibiotics escalating and treating a gram-negative sepsis with all the multi-organ dysfunctions, it is going to be more expensive to treat the baby. In the private sector, I know the cost actually. So spending much money on diagnostics, which are the faster diagnostics, makes sense. Of course, protocols of hand washing, infection surveillance, all that can still happen, but faster diagnostic, rapid diagnostics, if at all, if the forum would agree, would probably, because it comes at a cheaper cost, ultimately in terms of long term, if you start looking at PCR diagnostics or those machines if they are available. Would that be available in 5 lakhs?
So we would be mainly going on for, training the nurses.
Yeah.
So having good training module, every day they have to be told what are the do's and don'ts. So I would rather, with that 5 lakhs which we have, that is not a bad amount to have. And I would have continuous water supply at least 24 hours, have a good soap which is there, and train everybody. I would also, put on a video camera to monitor people from my room so that, okay, is everybody following the protocols which we have set, at least hand washing before and after touching the baby, before entering NICU and before putting in a cannula. So these are some basic things which are required at every level of NICU, and we should invest on those human resources, training our human resources and having them honest with integrity and thinking about that baby as their own child, so that whenever they go, they don't ki koi dekh nahi raha to main bhi aise hi karu. So I would invest on that.
So I'm sure, like, people would have their own ways, because like 5 lakhs is not a huge amount, but at the same time, Amit said that he would spend all the 5 lakhs in conducting 10 workshops. And I don't know, like sir said, anyone has a different idea, because this is a very short forum, so we probably can have people also pitching in if they want. Pratibha, you?
I think the diagnostics, I don't know, 5 lakhs may, which diagnostics, maybe a culture.
So let's go to 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, whatever, like,
Yeah.
So now that is what I like, whatever you have to do, but do it. So
30
now
to
he is that
40%,
administrator.
I would suggest that a rapid diagnosis, because ultimately long term we need some diagnostic method, no? So to contain the antibiotic use. So I would add on that, whatever the training.
Sir, I have found it in my own practice. Sorry, we have a very low incidence of positive cultures, but when we get a baby who is very sick and we involve ourselves in rapid diagnostics, it narrows our usage of antibiotic to a very narrow spectrum, very specified. And I think that has helped us. And we then isolate out a baby. So that becomes sense. See, in a NICU like us, which I'm talking of the private sector, all this what Amit has said, he's already done. This is already done. I've been doing it for 35 years in my NICU. Our infection rates are very less. But in the babies who are sick, and especially the ones who come from outbound, we do rapid diagnostics, get the confirmation. So I have tried investing time into that and efforts into that, so that our antibiotic usage, even now my primary line of empirical antibiotics is still ampicillin gentamicin.
I think, sir, you are a good clinician. That's why you decide. It's all because of the behavior of the clinician that is much more important. If you have the diagnostic, still the clinician can argue about that this baby is not improving clinically.
No, so Ankur, the point is, like what sir is saying, is that we need to give some tool to the clinician to be confident about how do you implement that. And a diagnostic way to be achieving a precision diagnosis makes a reasonable sense. So I mean, if there are limited resources, for where what Amit was saying, for example, do not have that facility to buy that, investing into the manpower may be a better strategy to kind of look at, because we don't have the diagnostics available, so at least we need to have our manpower up to the. For Sukshim, you've been going to this SNCUs across the state. Now most of these are low resource scenarios. When you start an AMS in whichever center you would have said, how long you think before that the change can be seen? Because people get a little impatient. कि हमने ये किया भी हुआ कुछ नहीं फिर, and by the time you lose interest also. So what do you see your personal experience as?
So firstly, we look around their scenario and try to praise them, because in SNCUs, whatever is going on, right or wrong, we are not there to point out to their wrongs. Then we go ahead with we understand how they are following this asepsis, because as we pointed out, as you rightly pointed out, diagnostics with them are a bit sketchy other than the basic diagnostics which are existing. So we invest in them in understanding firstly what is existing in basic things like hand washing, asepsis routine, how are they cleaning their environment. Recently CPAPs have been introduced. We keep on visiting them and we find that they are using CPAP, very happy saying CPAP using, but again it comes narrow down to asepsis. The humidifier is continuously having that water traps. They were given once and they are all filled with those water traps. So we are investing whatever the resources are only in going for educating them, understanding from them, and very handy, very easy to use flowcharts, and very handy, easy to use, locally understandable, written in Hindi for asepsis, how to do, when to do, what is the frequency. So investing on the manpower, if again my resources for the money is less. As far as diagnostics, we usually train them in various signs and symptoms. If I am not having much of the availability of diagnostics, because fact is the blood culture is also very not easily available, so we talk to their administrators for whatever their means are for annual aid contract and all. This is how we go ahead and with the limited resources.
So, but we have known this for years together. So after 30 years, why are we discussing this again? Why we still think that we lag in this?
Yeah, so this is another question that I see. We always talk about hand hygiene across all newborn. It is like talking about breastfeeding. Every mother knows, but we know crossing the red line is not right. But most of us would have done somewhere in the last 6 months. So where is this a knowledge gap? Is this really about, or something else, cultural change, or something like deeper? For example, how do you say, for example, when you were a resident, if you saw your HOD not washing hand properly, would you have the guts to tell him you not wash the hands properly, and can you go back and do that? I mean, I don't know how do you address that? How do you empower a junior resident to do this for your HOD?
So Ravi, since you are running one, in an area where the footfall is very high, so you can answer.
See, sir, the hierarchy is a very, very difficult task to, handle, and especially for the junior faculty or junior, resident to speak up for the higher ups. So that is really difficult, but may not be HOD, maybe some other person visiting the facility, maybe microbiologist, maybe radiographer, maybe ultrasonologist. They are also equally, need to be convinced. So, so far, in eye practice is concerned, there, yes, of course, we had not many person where we need to, convince them. So I think is the onus lies on the how you are convincing them. If you are saying that it is your own baby and then they are the vulnerable population, then we all of it is not our over my responsibility. It is a shared responsibility, and that everybody need to, whosoever it is in the chain, everybody has got responsibility, and they must be very, we must be all, because only if any one person commit mistakes, or there is some gaps in the delivery services, so it disturbs the whole environment of the nursery. So if you are, counseling in such a way that it is our shared responsibility, and ultimately we are, taking care of our most vulnerable population, that is neonate. So I think they equally convince, whosoever maybe it is. I probably not
my
find
question
it.
is very simple. Show me a role model. How would you tell your HOD
exactly
to wash hands? Like very simple, because reality must take precedence over of theory.
Yeah, and I think more
So
above
having
all,
a role model is very important.
Very important.
Which should begin from the top. If nurses see the senior most person whom they all respect, if he is doing it, they will definitely follow.
So certainly
So
the
it begins from the top and percolates down. We would see Dr. Paul doing it each time, every time. And then if he scolds, then we are ready to listen. If he himself doesn't do and he only scolds, then we are not ready to listen, or we just pass it on as well. So the person at top always does it, and rest usually follow. There would be few resistant ones who have to be probably shunted out if they don't listen or something like that.
See, many times with hand washing, sometimes what happens is that we do not take into other things into account. That you do not limit your admissions, but you expect sister to wash hands like she was doing. It's practically impossible for you to wash hands that many times with that many and that many sincerity. You have 1:4 nurses. Sometimes you are overcrowding for whatever reason, both in private and SNCUs. So how do you think that these kind of decisions would also help improve the hand hygiene compliance, especially Pratima? Your scenario does be, talk about what I'm talking.
Exactly, in such situations we have faced. Sisters actually, they give up that, madam, आपने बच्चे तो इतने सारे 8 to 10 babies in ICU, and we cannot do in between the babies. So there comes the role of, I think, whoever is the faculty on floor. Then what we did was we prioritized and we triaged the babies. We kept the babies in ICU, 4 or 5 babies. Then we shifted some babies to HDU, so that the nursing staff is on board that yes, we are listening to them. The work pressure is more. So for 15-20 days, we triaged and we sort of distributed the babies into different areas. Still, they actually were compliant. Another problem was geyser kharab ho gaya winters mein. So they were like, it's very cold, we cannot wash the hands again and again with cold water. So those are some of the logistic issues which are there, but if you sit with them, there was another area where there was warm water, so we had to tell them that. And then we reduced the number of admissions in that particular, the sickest of the babies we triaged and we kept them there. We created another HDO where we shifted the babies, and for 5-6 babies they were able to do. So this situation we did face in real, in our NIC.
So Pratima, so if I sum it up, we should listen to them, and we are able in a lighter mode, able to tell them also, which is more convincing. And in between the patients, as we can use the hand rub until and unless we are coming in contact with the
soil.
Is this, Sanjay, you wanted to ask?
Yes, surely, but like, we also probably would need to see, are we overusing, and that's a bombshell I'm dropping here, is that are we over relying on like saying water needs to be necessary, or waterless NICUs could also be like an option, because we may sometimes be overusing water and spilling it all over the place for the bacteria to grow, and maybe what's your idea?
No, I was going to ask this question in your guidelines which you have now developed. Have you considered the use of just scrubbing with alcohol-based hand wash solutions? So typically in my NICU, correct me if I'm wrong, when the person enters, they have to thoroughly wash, and then in between babies, they sometimes use. And we do an extra procedures and all that all the time. We are gloved. That of course. Is it acceptable as per your guidelines, the tool which you developed? I think that makes sense. What do you think? Maybe
Dr. Ramesh, your comments on waterless NICUs with only alcohol-based,
Water reduced.
water reduced. So, and sir said about thoroughly they wash. So, what is thoroughly wash? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 30 seconds?
Hand hygiene.
Hand hygiene, yeah.
I got a little inattentive, got lost in my thoughts. But I guess hand hygiene, when it is concerned, the need for, if you look at all the occasions, the need for hand washing has decreased. If you have, will decrease if you have hand hygiene solution being available at each and every pad. So you need it at the beginning, maybe before procedure, or when the hands are soiled. But on the remaining occasions, I think alcohol rub would be good enough. That is much more efficient, available, and far more.
Dr. Shaw has joined from Ladakh, where temperature would be. So,
ask him how much.
What do you do, Dr. Shaw, in freezing temperatures with regards to hand washing?
The water that you use should be warm, sir. That's all.
And the intention should be there to wash your hands.
Yes, yes.
And see, we all talk about hand washing audits. Now, tell me who does it in your unit? Anyone can answer. Plus, you said you should have a video camera to record. How many of us have actually video recorded ourselves in the last 1 year and say, Somshekhar is the only one in this sitting in this hall who has actually video, Amit also second. So 2 or 3 people who have actually video recorded and audited themselves. Like, so does not it look punitive rather than like, something which you should probably as collaborative?
We call those who don't comply at the salary hike meeting.
Can I just add something? We have done studies in NICU, not published yet. So we have a secret observer concept who was observing. That is not known even to the persons who have initiated this project. They are observing the compliance. And I must say, sadly so, doctors are the poorest in this. And many times I put a nurse who's probably a secret observer observing. So that is instead of a video, maybe inside. What happens is at the hand wash area, they're all washing. But inside the NICU, where babies are most of the times there, whether they're really doing, the secret observer in each shift may be a good idea.
Thank you.
So sir, infection, the template is used actually before, after moments and all the opportunities where the hand hygiene has to be done, and templates are there, many templates are there. So infection control nurse gives it to a secret observer from the unit, and we do audit it and we see it, the data at the end of each month, and if there is a particular defaulter, a particular individual who is repeatedly defaulting, we give one-to-one, sir. Otherwise,
so maybe you could have it, but usually the idea is not to find a defaulter. The idea is to find a compliance. But like, so Amit, how much time we have? Like
5 to 7 minutes.
7 minutes. So maybe you come to the next question. Like we have 30. No, you want to skip this question?
No.
Like you are 34 weeks baby, and this is like common. We start with the ampicillin genter. The CRP is, one says stop antibiotics, the other says complete 7 days to be safe, and we were discussing over this thing. Now the parent says like agar bachcha improve ho gaya hai, band kyun kar rahe ho? And agar kuch ho gaya, who is responsible? Now who wants the responsibility, and how do you convince the parent, in the whole scheme of things?
there are 2 scenarios, sir. There, in our kind of setup, the parents usually leave it to the doctors or the treating physician. जो भी आपको ठीक लगे, whatever you feel is correct. We tell them the scenario, and if they agree, I mean, if they say that okay, you take the best decision, I would stop the antibiotics once the culture is negative at 48 hours. The whole purpose of having a rapid diagnosis is to actually stop antibiotics timely. But at the same time, and especially knowing that cognitively we know that CRPs and biomarkers are not too useful in actually starting or stopping the antibiotics, per se only CRP. So I would like to convince them, even the educated parents, if they come to me, then I will convince them with the evidence, with the whatever the latest literature which we have. Even and then if even then they're not convinced that okay, we won't take any kind of risk. Perhaps it's time that family should be a decision maker in a certain kind of setup where they actually want to.
Yeah, Ravi, you want to?
Sir, may I?
It is very important that we should not send unnecessary investigations. So what we do a mistake of sending a CRP at 48 hours. Why do that?
So that is not the point. The point is the mistake has been made.
Important point because that actually
Correct. So we agree with that. The only point was that if we should always include family in the decision making. So not that like two people fight over it and then the family is the.
so that's a part of which family will not be able to make a proper decision about it. It is we who would have to take a decision.
Agree, Dr. Ravi, but we are talking of the tertiary care center. Somehow we initiated this talk show to talk of the reality issues that is going on and to start and to stop both. So that diagnostics stewardship, we have already listed it in the booklet, and we are talking away from the booklet for the real life scenario where it is going. So probably Sanjay wanted to know how would you go ahead in such a situation. Once it has been sent and family pitches in and says that okay, go on the way you want and you are the best decision.
Does family ever say that? You just continue with antibiotics? So normally they won't because
they won't.
Yes, we have to explain, but they are not the decision maker of do you send or not.
No, you're right. It's ultimately a good counseling and trust, actually. And in the private sector, because most of the kids are very sick and the tertiary NICUs we handle, we do communicate everything. And they have come to a realization, yes, it's not good to continue antibiotics. They are also very keen to stop antibiotics. I think it's all about communication.
But tests are required. Dr. Ravi said, why do it? Because many times babies do surprise us. You think baby is good and we can stop antibiotics, CBC is done and platelets are 40,000. You can't ignore that.
So look at your baby, look at the gold standards, and look at your family council, and then
So what I would like now you to explain is how is this module going to help us in practicing AMS? So we have literature for everything. We have done workshops, sepsis modules, sepsis protocols. So how is this module different?
We have obviously, as I am telling you, module means we are talking of only optimum things and not anything minimized. So we have enlisted completely about when to send diagnostic, to whom to send, do we need to repeat these diagnostics like we were talking, why to send CRP, why to send a repeat blood culture, and how to get a rapid turnover of all this from your microbiologist, and obviously the type of the antibiotics which we have to use, finding out which type of infection we are dealing with, and am I dealing with the infection where AMR percentage is high, or am I dealing with the infection where by my resistance pattern is low. So going by that without freezing Subhash much in his place where he is sitting, and firstly I salute your commitment. Subhash, you grew a gram-negative organism, which we know obviously it may not be true in your current area of Leh Ladakh, but definitely when you were in Delhi you knew that most of the organisms that were growing were gram-negative organisms, and it was scientifically also proven. And from your previous records you know that this is a gram-negative organism is resistant to so and so antibiotics, whatever you were using as first line or second line in your unit. How would you decide? Would you go for the individual based decision or for changing these, or would you like to have a structured way of deciding should I change or which type of line of antibiotics am I going to use?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for the question. Actually, the answer here is antibiogram, and which we have dealt quite in detail in this companion book. So every unit has to have their own antibiogram where they should have, at least a record of more than 30 isolates of one species, and how like each antimicrobial agent is acting against them, and know the susceptibility. So in case you don't have up to 30 isolates in a year, you can go back even for the last year also and make a table out of it, and have those diagnostic culture reports and check, about the susceptibility. And you have to go by that. There is we would caution against the individual experience that we feel so that this antibiotic is effective. No, we should have hard data. And the susceptibility threshold that is generally considered good is that in case that empirical antibiotic is like more than 80% susceptible, the organism is susceptible to that antibiotic more than 80%, then it is a good antibiotic as an empirical therapy. In case it is like less than 60%, then it is generally inappropriate for empirical use. And if it is between 60 to 79%, then maybe a careful consideration. You can even stratify also, like, in ELBW babies, or as per the site of infection, or as per the area of NICU, like, different NICUs, what are the antibiogram pattern, and go by the antibiogram. That should be the way to go. And then as per your antibiogram, you have your annual data presentation. You can have even earlier also in case the resistance pattern is changing fast, and then you correlate your antibiogram with your empirical empirical antibiotic therapy that you are giving. And also you trend you like kind of track your antibiotic consumption data, that what you are doing. That is how you will come to a conclusion kind of what antibiotic should be your empirical therapy.
So to sum up, in some of the places optimization is needed. So you need your antibiogram and accordingly decide rather than going by one's own personal experience. So Sanjay, something more?
No, that's okay. Like the last question. Can we have
Yes,
the last?
last.
So Ravi, like you've been a champion of QIs, but like many AMS programs, they start, but the enthusiasm fades after 6 to 12 months. What kills? I'm sure you would have done certain positive ones also and completed them, but what fails most of the QI programs or AMS programs? And who owns this data? Because like tomorrow you may be there or may not be there, then the program dies down. So how do you make sure that this is sustainable over a period of time, what you start ensuring today?
Yes, sir. As far as see, so at the beginning we are very enthusiastic, and we takes the project, a small project, and then we showed that there's a rapid improvement, and 90% and 95%, 100% we achieve that. But after a certain period of time, it fades down. So as far as I think decades longer in my QI practice, what I comes to know, it is ultimately the motivation and human behavior which comes out to be. It is more of change in the process and change in the system which matters, and for that matter everything, I think the ultimately responsibility lies in the leadership. It is the only leadership, how much you are dedicated and motivated your nursing staff. I've got a privilege that my head of the services.
So Ankur, can you
So
tell
it is not
something?
an incentive based, sir. It is no, it should not be. I think that doesn't. If it is incentive based, it will give you a little longer run, and thereafter it is going to be the same fate as earlier.
So,
it is not a long lasting.
Ravi, we are not
Yeah.
saying for any monetary incentivization. It's like just praising.
Yes.
We did design
Yeah.
like
Certificates, praising, and everything. I have got my head of the housekeeping services. The sister
आप सब लोग
Srimoni
बहुत
there.
बड़े बड़े हॉस्पिटल्स में बड़े बड़े शहरों में हो डॉक्टर श्रीशैलम
Yeah, I think.
coming from a small town in
Yeah.
Telangana.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Nizamabad is a district headquarter.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a very practical. Yeah. It's a very practical issue, and I think monetary it creates wrong habits. I think we never do that, but appreciation in the form of certificates and a monthly meet where we generally see that how many babies have survived without using the antibiotics. That numbers really matter a lot. And regarding the hand wash, again, with the water, I think it is little tough to monitor. But when it comes to using the hand sanitizer, majority of the nursing staffs are very happy. They are very happy to use it. But so that we should educate them when it is very must to use water for washing and where they have to use the sanitizers. And these frequent programs awareness program among the nursing staff, they do yield. And generally what I do in my NICU, generally I go intentionally, I do not wash my hand and I go. I expect some sister to observe and tell me. So when you give that sort of freedom, then I think it works out. That fear will go off. The hierarchy, what they are telling. So I think intentionally you should do, and I think have someone observed, then why didn't you say that? So if you give that freedom, I think it will work out in the peripheries. I think these things, and as you hand wash.
And
I think,
also another thing which works is just saying that, okay, measure the head circumference. And just see the if reflexy, the nurse washes her hand before doing that and say, check the diaper if urine is there or not.
Intentionally they try to directly obey the order.
Yeah.
Then sometimes we just tend to then no go
So
wash.
final closing comments from the expert, Dr. Ramesh. Before we close, again in your thoughts of what you have to do in WHO or in.
No, I was here only and listening to the comments. I think all of them are very valuable comments, and what I would like to say is that if you look at the causes of neonatal deaths, then normally we say 40% prematurity and then 20% asphyxia and 20% sepsis. We teased down these prematurity related deaths in the hospitals, and we found at multiple centers, we found that nearly 40% of these deaths are not due to prematurity but because of sepsis. So if you cut this chunk of prematurity deaths and add to sepsis, in hospitals for sure, sepsis is number one cause of death. Finish, period, comma. Therefore, anything that you do to prevent sepsis, then that is going to give you big rewards. And the rewards that are very quick, as in that you started today and you will start seeing it from tomorrow onwards. That's the kind of thing. And I think the principles that have been stated, all of them work. Nothing work in isolation. I keep saying that good neonatology can be learned from a lot of great ladies sitting here, and then ask them how to make a great paneer sabji. And if you talk of just one ingredient, that's not going to make it a great dish. You have to have all the ingredients, and those ingredients have to hit a threshold for the change to occur. So I think we should get out of the mentality that you do one thing and then you would start seeing things. Sustainability is a challenge, and that requires great teamwork. To me, the leaders are not the ones that are standing leading from the front. To me, the leaders are the ones that are leading from the back, and making their teammates lead the initiatives, right? And I heard a quotation. One of our students was making oration, and he said that what is a leader? Leader is the someone who empowers his people in such a way that they don't lead that leader. I think that is the right kind of leadership. So you have to really empower your people. I think that is something which is very, very important. And one thing that is traditionally been left out, we talk of great housekeeping. I think I didn't hear that, but housekeeping is very, very important. Hand hygiene. And that's what you were trying to make that point, that throw out all the things that are unnecessary. Don't generate information. You don't need, in first place, why did we do CRP if it does not work? It not only you took the blood of the baby and given him pain for 15 minutes, but also consumed half an hour of the team, which could have been utilized for better thing. So I think attaching value to whatever you do, and anything which is low value, I think throw them out of the ICU. That would be very, very important. And also enteral feeding in a big way. So if you emphasize enteral feeding in a very big way, that pays huge dividends for the reduction of sepsis, right? We are at a point wherein AMR is killing so many babies. And unfortunately, I don't think that anything can be done for AMR in short run. It's like Delhi's pollution. We don't see any solution in the next 20 years. You can, of course, check becoming worse, but reversal seems, not in the sight. What you can do is the prevention of sepsis, and that you can do very effectively, and that would translate into mortality reduction, for sure. Yeah.
One more thing to add. Majority of the time in the district levels, no antibiotic means no treatment. So no treatment means no pay, no payment. So that is the type of mentality many people have. That only if the NICU babies are admitted, they need antibiotics.
So if there are no antibiotics, doctor, we can take the baby home. So no IV fluid means we can take the baby home. So no oxygen means, so that's true, but we have to end. All good things have to end. I would just like to say, how is this manual effective? Why did we their hard work instead of using our other protocols? So I see a lot of infrastructural changes, or what you require in infrastructure is mentioned over here. What is your staffing doctor ratio is mentioned over here. So if your manpower team asks you, HR team asks what do we need, then you can show this. So it will be a handy book to show recommendation from NNF that this is all what is required. How many electrical power points should be there. So this is all there as an infrastructure need which is there. All drugs, commonly used drugs with their dosage based on gestation and weight are mentioned over here. So use that. And so it's a wonderful compilation of a lot of practical data which you would need in your SNCUs, in your NICUs. So please use that and read that. And what all monitoring you required, everything is mentioned over here. They have wonderfully compiled. I would give 5-star to this team who has made wonderful document led by Dr. Ramesh himself. And for last 1 year, they have been doing it. We began this in January or in end of the December when Dr. Surinder Bisht handed over the baton to us that this is a work which has to be done. It has continued for almost a year. Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Suksham, Dr. Pratima, Dr. Ravi, all have contributed significantly in this, and thank you all. And Dr. Subhash, he was the driving force behind everybody. So in the morning he would send a message that, okay, this was to be done, I have done this, and so please put it by today evening. So Dr. Subhash, we really miss you here, and it is wonderful that you joined online, and your calm demeanor just kept the group also very calm and active. Leading from behind is what he has exemplified in this. Thank you, Dr. Subhash. We are missing you here.
So we sum it up, and as I had last moment only, we changed it that we won't keep it like a panel, we'll keep it like a talk show.
Thank you
no
very much.
leader, no panelist, no chairperson, it's a talk
Dr.
show.
Sanjay and is a master at that.
That's how we thought that we will go, and Dr. Ramesh, truly going by what you say, that it's the team that works, it's not the leader, because leader becomes a leader only when the team is with the leader.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you much. So we had next coming up is breastfeeding, but with antibiotic and all going along, can we have the next panel is medication safety module. So yes, so in the meanwhile their new team comes over for medication safety. I would request Dr. Naveen Jain has to leave early for his flight. So I would we would prepone this session and have the RSV guideline session now. I would like to invite Dr. Sunil Gawane and Dr. Karthik Nagesh sir again to chair the session. Dr. Naveen, you would have 5 to 8 minutes to please give the guide. RSV is, I didn't realize it's such a powerful bug till we have this all sort of epidemic in our city. And 3 years back, we had almost 30 positive babies coming over in December and January. This year already we have about 25, 28 plus babies. Many of them who are discharged from an ICU and they are readmitted requiring ventilation, high frequency ventilation, HFNC, CPAP, oxygen. So for this prevention of such diseases, we have a RSV vaccine which is available now. And Dr. Naveen Jain and his team of which he shall name, who all were involved in making this guideline. Last year, Dr. Surendra and Dr. Sushma had come over with RSV position statement 1.0, and with the availability of a new vaccine which is required only once, unlike monthly doses which were required early on, we have this new RSV vaccine. So position statement 2.0 has been evolved now, and for this I would invite Dr. Naveen Jain to please take over.
Thank you. Can I just make a correction, please,
Yes,
Mamit,
sir.
with
Yes,
your
sir.
permission? It's a monoclonal antibody. It's not a vaccine. That's it. So, Naveen, you're going to talk about the monoclonal antibody.
Right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And disclosure is this is not a commercial break. So we have none of us have any interest in this, but I am going to ask before I just make the 3-minute presentation, Karthik sir, that a 1.5-month-old baby has come to your clinic. He's coughing. His sibling is also coughing. You know that over the next 2 weeks it is going to get difficult. The baby gets hospitalized. He's on high flow nasal cannula. You are afraid he may get ventilated. The parent gets to know that there was this monoclonal antibody that he could have taken, and it was there in your pharmacy. And he asks you this difficult question, why didn't you let me know? I have spent more than what I would have spent on these vaccinations. How do you address them, sir?
Absolutely. We had a very similar dialogue in Bangalore last week on the same issue. And in today's world, you cannot deny a child RSV monoclonal antibody, especially if it's been a sick baby, a preterm in your NICU, and going out with BPD after having been treated. So much so now the American Academy of Pediatrics clearly recommends that every infant born should be given monoclonal antibody in the particular season. So if it has been the season, I don't have any defense. So now in this last 3 months, ever since this molecule has been now recommended and brought into this country, I've been offering it at the first immunization stage when the child comes at 6 weeks, even to normal infants, the possibility of giving RSV monoclonal antibody. This has been my practice. But then I am practicing in a high resource situation, and it's no doubt some patients are affordable, but I think sooner or later, even the IAP, I think there is a position statement, it has brought out already, the IAP clips, NeoClip has brought out a statement, pediatric clips. And at this time that NNF also should decide what is to be done.
Yeah, it is based on this that NNF has already come with a position statement, and the key message is that parents must be informed. We are not asking them to buy, we are not here to promote somebody, but shouldn't it be that parents be informed that there is a RFC prophylaxis available? I will come back for a hand show to ask what will be the right time and way to inform, because some part of the guideline is already there from NNF's committee. We know this that 25% of bronchiolitis, not all bronchiolitis is RSV, and huge number of admissions, huge number of babies coughing in the outpatient service. And what we learned along the journey is that some of these babies continue to have respiratory morbidity later on also. This is not our statement, this is WHO, this is Lancet series. And in countries like ours, when we came with the first guideline with palivizumab coming in, the challenge was when to give it, because we don't have a winter like pattern like we have in other countries. Now WHO's statement which came back in May is very clear that countries which are near the equator don't have a seasonal pattern. So for them it is you give it the first shot as early as possible, because it is the first 6 months of the baby which is most dangerous with this disease. Now WHO has very clearly come with a statement that all countries should have a product for prevention of RSV. When we mean product, there are two products which are essentially being supported for all babies, not for only high risk. One is the maternal vaccine, and if the country doesn't have maternal vaccine currently, which we are, when it comes, we will have a position statement 3 from NNF, is that you have to recommend this monoclonal antibody. And so much so that there are 2 large studies from Argentina and Spain where they have used one of these products and shown 85% efficacy or real world efficacy in decrease of the RSV disease and admission rates. So till we don't have this, WHO recommends for countries like ours that if there is a long-acting monoclonal antibody, should be the primary preventive strategy, and WHO recommends a single dose at birth or at earliest if you have made that opportunity when the baby goes home. And since it is a single dose, it scores over the previous product of palivizumab. We are, in spite of being in a corporate hospital, we find it very difficult to get babies 5 months again coming back and taking the product. One time if they go home, it will cover most of the dangerous period for an infant when they are going to be at risk. So the question here I am going to ask is that currently the product is expensive. It's around 40,000 rupees. So when should parents be informed? We are soon going to get a vaccination in the antenatal period. So should it be somewhere during the antenatal counseling? We have something like that. I'm sure most hospitals have. Should it be in the antenatal period, they be informed that RSV is a disease and this particular product has to be given at birth or sooner? Or should it be after they're born and 2 days they're having in the hospital? How many of you feel it should inform in the antenatal period about availability of a preventive care? Okay. And how many of you feel it will be after birth of the baby? Oh, I'm sure that others are either, like they said, busy with WHO work, like Amit said. So we got a few hand shows. So bottom line is parents should be informed that these are two more things you need to inform. That doesn't give 100% protection. Only 85% efficacy was there. So you can still get. Otherwise, what will happen? You will get a 40,000 product. They will get admitted with bronchiolitis and they will show RSV in the test. And they will be very unhappy with you कि ये product लिया था, then also we are in trouble. So nothing is 100% protective. And second, that there are many others. Rhinovirus, COVID is still around, influenza, they can produce the same kind of illness. So this particular monoclonal antibody can only reduce the RSV. It cannot take away all viral infections that are happening in the community. So these are the references. There is a WHO statement which came in May, RSV and Lancet guidelines and the Center for Disease Control. Just wanted to show this. This is the CDC recommendation guideline and you can see this part here. On the first row there, that they have clearly put in the CDC guideline already. So if you're very shy about talking to a parent, thinking that when I tell him I may look like a medical representative for this company, please see that the CDC guideline is clearly stating that between 1 and 6 months, unless the mother has received the vaccination, the baby should be offered. I would still use the word offered because then comes the question of affordability, they are able to understand. But nobody should come back and tell you that Sunil, what will you then advise? How will you introduce, antenatally or postnatally?
Now the problem is availability. We don't have vaccine available antenatally.
Yeah.
So as everybody was saying that it's better to at least counsel them before birth. And definitely like incidence is so high. The more we instigating OPD now, we have sort of epidemic of RSV infections in the first infancy, early infancy. So better to offer before birth, and if you have a baby admitted who have high risk respiratory illnesses are there, they are more receptive at that time. They are more concerned also. So that time also in between when you are counseling, that time also you can introduce a part of counseling, the follow-up counseling. That time also you can do that as a part of counseling, discharge counseling or follow-up counseling. That can be RSV. This one we should introduce as a part of counseling. They are receptive at that time, and once the baby improves, they are again more receptive for babies. The way this vaccination is a part of vaccination, like vaccination. So it is antibodies, but it's like a vaccination.
So Karthik sir, although we have cost-effective studies from many countries, but they were all paid by the public health system. So when it comes from pay from pocket, how do you justify the use of
that? Is going to be the problem. So it's a lot of counseling required. And see, as it is, my contention is a little different. Antenatal counseling is not in the domain of pediatricians, and we don't get involved too much. So unless the obstetricians buy into it, I'm happy if the obstetricians buy into many other practices like antenatal steroids itself. This is another big burden for them. So I would say when the first visit happens postnatally, or even when discharging the baby once a little trust has been made, we should suggest it to them. That is the time when most parents ask about immunizations, so we can say that there's something, and probably some informed literature can be given. I would still say that is the best time to inform. But I think you're right, we should not keep them uninformed. It's very important to inform them.
Sir, please give mic, sir.
A little bit of reservation about this. First, it is very expensive
yes.
drug. And it cannot be generalized. It cannot be made as a policy because there will be some parents who will feel that we are not able to give, because all the vaccines are now, at least the first 6 months vaccine come free of cost in the government. And we have some evidence to show that those who are breastfed, those who are exclusively breastfed, when the feeding they are breastfed, the incidence and the severity of this RSV is less. They don't become hospitalized, they don't go on to the ventilator. So we are not actually talking about the primary prevention of RSV. So when we have to, this is a thing which can be which we can give to selected parents who are affordable and all those things, but I don't think it can be made as a generalized kind of policy which should make the parents who cannot afford it feel bad. And then I have my own personal experiences where they have had bronchiolitis despite giving this. When you talk to a parent, when you say that it will prevent RSV, they'll ask, what is it? You'll say, bronchiolitis. So why, what is that, bronchiolitis? It will lead to, admission. So he will be of the thought that this prevents, hospitalization. So, but that is not the fact. Not all bronchiolitis is because of RSV. We are not at that stage where we can say that every child, at least, we are not at that stage, every NICU graduate to have that, because it's so expensive. We are not at, prepared. So I have my kind of, reservations where I have to tell everyone about it.
I completely agree with you, sir. But do you feel they should have a right to information and not come back? Huh. No, there no doubt taking away. No, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Whenever a new molecule, vaccine, or as monoclonal antibody, as Sir calls it, comes into market, same discussion happens like in rotavirus vaccine, pneumococcal vaccine. We have seen the same discussion happening in IAP and among different sections 20 years back about yeah. So yes, it does have its place, and like we questioned pneumococcal initially, but then the government also accepted it. So in such a scenario, Dr. Rajesh Mehta sir, what is your opinion about such a new, now still costly vaccine or monoclonal antibodies in prevention of? Should we recommend it to all who can afford? Should we at least give have an informed, and they have a right to information as well? And so, and what about as sir's concern of overuse and some certain segment of people feeling that, oh, I can't afford, and feeling that I could have done this, and then they use. So what is your opinion on this as a public health provider? Sir ko mic do. That will be the last word before we close this session.
So this is not just for this intervention, but many such interventions which are going to come in the future. So we just did a back of envelope calculation. 10,000 करोड़ रुपए चाहिए अगर हमें एंटीबॉडी देना है देश की जनता को, तो ज़्यादा, there is no choice here. In the market we cannot stop the market. Things will come, products will come, and some people will be able to afford, and there is evidence it helps. With that clarity, if it is being made available for people who can afford, it is fine. But at the same time, the equity issue remains that when we shall reach that stage, when more people can get this, therefore technological advancement with affordability is the future. So as soon as the vaccine is launched, WHO position is clear, we should give antenatal period. If the cost is affordable, then Government of India can consider that. But to the open market forces, nobody can stop, government cannot stop. So whoever can afford, kindly give them, but with that caveat that there are other viruses which cause similar illness.
Sir, so just a request, so as NNF position statement, if you have to give it, what would you recommend to NNF office bearers?
So again, this with lot of this information that this is costly, this affordability is an issue, these are the limitations, and if you meet these criteria, members are free to give it.
Yep. So that is the most reasonable.
I think that's a very serious issue, and we sitting here should have a real idea what is the economic implication of whatever we recommend. So जैसे सर ने बताया कि 10,000 करोड़ रुपए, anyone has any idea that what is the overall immunization cost to the country when we are rolling out UIP? I do not have precise figure, but that is much lesser than 10,000 crore rupees. So can you do that? I'll give you the another example. What is the union health budget every year? That is 100,000 crore rupees, and which is 80% of that are salaries. So your elbow room is just 20,000 crore rupees. Can you spend 10,000 crore rupees? So I think, as a public health specialist, we should have real idea, because what happens that when we are looking at one thing, and we tend to get a tubular vision and not see the broad picture. So now coming to the second question, that who should be receiving it. One is that without any doubt, RSV is an important problem. But we need to maybe perhaps as NNF qualify that which are the babies that are at the highest risk, and need to look at the data. And if I can quote one small data that was from our institution, VLBW, maybe Pratima would remember, Vivek ki thesis mein kitna 4% readmissions tha shayad na. 4% of VLBW babies would require admissions, and majority of them were for pneumonia. So if you were to treat, because beforehand you would not know that which baby is going to develop pneumonia. So when you do cost-effective analysis, then you would say that you treat 100, so 100 into 40,000, that would mean 40 lakh rupees for preventing, 4 pneumonia, which means that for preventing one pneumonia, your cost is 1 lakh rupees. 1 or kitna? नहीं, गलती हो गया शायद. 40,000, 10 lakh rupees, है ना? So 10 lakh rupees per, this is how the cost effective analysis, it is not per baby, it is the per disease entity or per death that you prevent. To save a newborn, you need to spend maybe something like, if I can remember often, something like $40 or something, right? So you have $40, let's say 100 rupees per dollar, that would be 40, 400, 4,000. For one newborn, saving newborn, you need to spend 4,000. And you are now saying that you, for preventing one pneumonia, you spend 10 lakh rupees. You have to have that perspective. Therefore only, it's an effective drug, and from India's perspective, perhaps, there should be R&D. Vaccine would be definitely a choice, antenatal vaccine, because the vaccine cost is likely to be, let's say, 1,000 rupees. We don't know efficacy. I think there are some data on efficacy of the vaccine.
Yeah, it is there. So, Rameshji, thank you. I just wanted, one point is that I wanted to appreciate NNF office under Amit's leadership. He was after the committee to only make one statement, that the industry should not drive the recommendation, and NNF should have a clear position statement stating that what are the limitations, what are the costs, and compare both products, which was already supported. So we had such difficulty in making this, because we would look like supporting the industry. So the balance statement had to come under NNF banner, so that a pediatrician or neonatologist practicing is able to lean back on a government or a body to be able to state that what are the limitations of this product, but we still need to be acknowledging that the product is available. That's all.
Just one, we have to take care of medical legal issues also, because this will happen like people starting promoting pneumococcal as pneumonia vaccine, and there are still cases in the court where baby has died because of the strains which were not included in the vaccine at the time. So we should not be keeping, so one has to put a word that this is not taking care of all bronchiolitis. So otherwise tomorrow somebody will end up in trouble. So that is another issue.
So while
to look at.
RSV also will not all RSV also.
That's the issue.
So other extreme could be just that why you did not advise me.
It as a drug for bronchiolitis. It's a good molecule, I do agree. But they will start promoting it for bronchiolitis, and somebody will end up in trouble.
So practitioners gradually learn what choice of words to use before you give a vaccine. So nobody now gives pneumococcal vaccine saying it's a pneumonia vaccine, but saying that it's a pneumococcal vaccine that will prevent pneumococcal disease. IPD, invasive pneumococcal disease, will be prevented. Nobody says pneumonia will not happen to you, because most of the pneumonias are actually viral pneumonias which a pneumococcal or a hib won't prevent. So the analogy with Dr. Rajesh and Dr. Ramesh gave, that okay, looking at the whole population in general, it may not be a very cost-effective vaccine, even in a high-risk population like VLBW. But yes, people who can afford a coat, they would wear a coat, as Dr. Ramesh, me and Dr. Rajesh Mehta are doing, even if government cannot afford giving a coat to everybody who comes out of house, even in winters. So for those who can buy a coat, please go on to buy a coat, unless you are Naveen Jan coming from Kerala, who doesn't need a coat all the season. So somebody who can afford a coat, probably wear a coat in winters. Buy yourself, government won't give it to you for now. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And so it was a good thought-provoking session, and it was definitely not a commercial break, as Dr. Naveen put it. And NNF has been very categorical in going scientific in its position statement and not been driven by, pharma companies who drive that, okay, something has to come out because they have launched a product. So NNF will come out with a very balanced approach on how it has to be, because high-risk babies will actually probably need it. Now going down from, there is a request that we have a memento for everybody who has come over, a Ganesha and a mug of Newborn Safety and National Neonatology Forum. It is there at the registration counter. Please do collect it before you leave, and you will not be allowed to leave before we finish the session. Doors band kar do, please. Lock the doors, please. And the next session is very interesting. The thing which we do first when we come out of mother's womb is we breastfeed. And so for that, the biggest proponent of breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding in our country, is Dr. J.P. Dadij, and I would invite him as a moderator. The chairpersons for that would be very equally, Dr. Chairperson shall be Dr. Ravi Shankar from Hyderabad, and Dr. Vishnu Mohan from Kerala, Kozhikode, also known as Calicut. Kozhikode, yes. And expert over here would be Dr. Surendra Bisht and Dr. Pradeep Debata. Dr. Pradeep, sir. Dr. Surendra Bisht is our former immediate past secretary in NF, and I always look up to him for any advice I have to take. Dr. Pradeep Debata is head of the Department of Neonatology at Safdarjung Hospital. And very, prominent panelists are over here. Dr. Kanya Mukhopadhyay from PGI Chandigarh, Dr. Ruchi Rai from Super Speciality Hospital, the only super specialty hospital in pediatrics in UP, in Noida, Dr. Ruchi Rai. We have an obstetric colleague with us, because we know exclusive breastfeeding counseling should begin actually antenatally, and best is done by the obstetricians. So Dr. Fessy Lewis and Dr. Palani Yamal, our nursing representative, because we know that breastfeeding advice is not just the doctor's job, but it is nurses who have to promote it in the wards when they are there on their duties. And so over to Dr. Dadij, our moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Amit. Yes. So, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. I'm really happy that today we are talking about breastfeeding in a totally different paradigm. It's a part of newborn safety module now. We have been talking about breastfeeding in many other ways, and this module which our team prepared in last 2-3 weeks only, we were given only 2-3 weeks. Dr. Kanya Mukhopadhyay was there, Dr. Ruchi Rai was there, and Dr. Subhash Shaw. He could not come here physically. He was part of making this module. And we thought that since it's for newborn safety module, so we kept the title as Breastfeeding, a Vital Shield of Safety and Immunity for Small and Sick Neonates. So that it can, we kept it small and sick neonates so that it can gel with the programs which NNF is already running. So let me first introduce the topic to you.
when we talk about impact of breastfeeding on neonatal nutrition, health and survival, we all know that breastfeeding, it provides optimal nutrition with ideal balance of macro and micronutrients. But at the same time, it's a crucial therapeutic intervention which supports intact survival and long-term health. And this is because breast milk is a dynamic bioactive fluid with immunomodulatory and anti-inflammatory properties. And sustaining breastfeeding for small and sick neonates, it's a nutritional imperative and a life-saving strategy. So these are few of the bioactive factors which are present in breast milk. A complete list is there in the module itself. You can see here human milk oligosaccharides, antibodies, insulin-like growth factor, lactoferrin, lysozyme, adiponectin, and long-chain polyunsaturated fatty acids. And you can see each one of them is having a specific activity, like having anti-infective property or antimicrobial property, complement activation property. Some of them promote growth, specific growth. Lactoferrin is important for immunomodulation, iron chelation, antimicrobial action, trophic. It is trophic for intestinal gut, thereby helping in preventing NEC. Then lysozyme, which is important for bacterial lysis and immunomodulation. Then adiponectin, which is important, it's a hormone which is important for early life programming, which regulates appetite and development of obesity later on in life. Then LC-PUFA, which is important for development of nervous system, retina, and it regulates inflammatory pathways. And because of these bioactive components, breast milk helps in decreasing incidence of NEC, decreasing late onset sepsis. All these are documented. There are plenty of systematic reviews and meta-analysis and Cochrane reviews available for these. Decreased ROP, then improved neurodevelopmental outcomes at 2 to 8 years of age, then lower rates of metabolic syndromes later in life, and then lower rates of hypertension later in life. It also provides psychological and emotional benefits in a very high stress environment of NICU. For mother, it promotes relaxation, reduces stress and anxiety, and for infants, it enhances bonding and it improves security. So with this introduction, now I come to the questions. And my first, sorry, yes. Mic is not working actually.
Hello. Am I audible?
Hello.
So as soon as an infant is admitted in the NICU, what happens is that the baby gets, colonized by bad bugs. So what is actually very important is that this, breastfeeding actually helps to normalize the colonization.
Yeah.
So that's a very important part. It's just not only the nutrition and the immune factors, but how the babies in the NICU are getting, colonized is important.
Yeah.
So that's what is the very important immune defense mechanism.
Microbiota, yes.
Yeah, what we are actually talking about is the gut microbiome.
Yeah.
So with that in the mind, I think it is very important for all of us to ensure that this, breastfeeding is a very important. Your initial title was that is, immunity. It gives an immune shield. It's a shield.
Yeah, it's a shield.
It's a shield which has to be, offered for every baby entering into the NICU. Otherwise, they will get the bad bugs. And then starts the process of.
I'm totally agree with you. This point has been amply included in our module. I cannot take it. I mean, yes. Okay. Can we go to the questions? Yeah. So my first question is for Dr. Ruchi Rai. So, as we know that how important breast milk feeding is, but still in our NICUs we struggle to procure breast milk for babies to practice breastfeeding. So, what breastfeeding friendly NICU practices a unit can practice which help initiate, sustain and improve breast milk feeding?
Okay, thank you, sir, for the question. So first we should try and understand what is the state of the mother's mind, what is the state of the mother's body when she delivers. So she is in extreme physical pain irrespective of what mode of delivery, whether it was vaginal or an operative delivery. And then if by chance, unfortunately, the baby lands up in NICU, she has a lot of psychological stress also. So we must keep that in mind before we ask the mother to start expressing milk. The other thing is, if we have already prepared the mother antenatally, so thankfully maybe 90% or more of the babies will actually go back home with the mother. So antenatally, if we counsel the mother in each antenatal visit, we can prepare her for breastfeeding, the importance of breastfeeding, and also the harms of top feeding and bottle feeding. So in case, well and good if the baby goes back home with the mother, but unfortunately if the baby lands up in NICU, then also this antenatal counseling that we have been doing over last 7 to 9 months will come in handy for the mother to express milk. And when the baby has been delivered and has been transferred to the NICU, we must try and understand that it is difficult for the mother to start expressing milk very early. So this counseling antenatally we have done, but postnatally when the situation becomes a little different, the baby is sick or small and maybe may need feeding with express breast milk, so she will need dedicated counseling. And we must understand that the importance that we give on rounds, on the antibiotics, when to stop, what investigations to send, we should give equal importance on what milk the baby is getting, because most of the times we tend to ignore. We say feed start ho gayi, that is it. Is the baby tolerating? But many of the times we are not actually bothered that this milk was a formula milk or the mother's milk. Then we need to have some special lactation counselors, because we have a dearth of counselors who are specialized in lactation counseling in most of the units, and most of the units are making their nurses trained and getting lactation counseling done. So keeping this in mind, we can have some NICU practices which will help us in the long run, so that the baby receives the mother's own milk. The first thing and the foremost thing is have a written policy, but as we have been discussing since morning, just having a written policy is not sufficient. So this written policy should be conveyed to each and every staff of the NICU, and we should abide by it, and we should make sure that we are following it. Then we should be able to train our nurses, and training alone will not be sufficient. We'll have to motivate them and supervise them periodically. Then the environment in the NICU should be very mother friendly. We should deal with the mother with a lot of empathy, because as we know that she's in a lot of physical as well as psychological pain, and therefore the environment in the NICU should be that the mother should be allowed to enter the NICU 24/7 anytime, and she should not be a mere spectator, but she should be a caregiver. She should be participating in the baby's day-to-day activities. Unfortunately, many of the babies who come to us, I've been dealing with an outborn unit. Most of the babies who come to us on second or third week of life, the mother had never been allowed inside the NICU, and the mother was never asked to express milk. So expression of milk, the moment a baby enters NICU, we start counseling the parents about the disease, what is the prognosis, kya saman lana hai, kitna kharcha hoga, but we must also start counseling that the mother needs to express milk. In whatever minuscule number of babies who are NPO also, we must start asking the mother to express milk. Then we should have an environment where the mother should be treated with dignity, she should have privacy, she should be able to express milk, there should be adequate space for her. Kangaroo mother care should be started as early as possible and not unduly delayed because of insignificant reasons that the baby is on oxygen. And then when we are discharging the baby, this whatever counseling and all we have done during the antenatal period, during the NICU stay of the baby, this should be followed up if it is possible at the outreach level, or every time the mother is visiting the follow-up clinics with the baby. We should emphasize on this aspect that the baby should still, because we find it very commonly that the baby was discharged on exclusive feeding, breastfeeding, but when the mother comes back to us, the proportion now, the breastfeeding is 50% and the top feeding is 50%, and then gradually it will turn to 80% top feeding and only 20% breastfeeding. So I think if we follow all these practices in NICU, it will go a long way in the babies getting good amount of mother's own milk and have better NUPO outcomes as well as neurodevelopmental outcomes.
Would you like to add something more about protecting breastfeeding from the commercial influence?
Yes,
Because
sir, yeah.
that
So,
is the entry point for the industry
so
to.
definitely,
Yeah.
sir, we must all be, it's our duty to abide to the IMS Act, the Infant Milk Substitute Act, and probably we can write it somewhere in the NICU. And as I said, antenatally also we should be able to counsel the mother and tell her about the harms of breastfeeding. So all of us must, as a rule of by the Government of India, we must abide by the Infant Milk Substitute Act and totally avoid bottle feeds. Even if the mother is not available because some reason we have to give formula feeds or top feeds, bottle feeds should be totally avoided.
Sir, can I make a point?
Can
I make a point? So regarding this IMS Act, as per Muskan, there are 2 points in Muskan where you have scored whether you have put up a poster regarding IMS Act in the NICU. So you score or you don't score. So Dr. Mamta has just got Muskan certified, so she has just seen that you have to put up posters against IMS Act.
So thank you, Dr. Ruchi. My next question is Dr. Fessy Louis. He's our obstetrician representative in the NNF executive board. So what role can an obstetrician play in supporting early initiation of breastfeeding and also timely continued expression of breast milk if a baby is in the NICU?
Okay, thank you, sir. I think the basis, I think we must all seen the 10 steps of successful breastfeeding by the WHO UNICEF. Out of them, as the previous speaker told, there must be hospital policy and the staff must be really educated and trained for that. And coming to the, as a part from the gynecologist, most important is the antenatal care. I think as Dr. Vishnu will be aware that in Kerala, most of the antenatal private hospitals and some government hospitals also, in every day there will be, or at least some hospital weekly twice, there will be antenatal classes right from the beginning. So it is been mandatory, so you have to participate in that. So that awareness about the antenatal, this is in some of the European countries, not only about the breast care, they even the perineal exercises to promote the vaginal muscles for the vaginal delivery. Relaxation also is been done. That much training is not much started in our part of the world, but antenatal classes is a must where we can really motivate or educate the mothers. And then comes the, as told, immediately after the delivery, baby has to be fed. That message must be there. There must not be a lag, and that must be clearly seen. And the other features like supportive care, when the supplements must be needed, and whether always the baby must be access to the mother must be access to the baby, whether it is in NICU or not. And also responsive feeding, like in the previous, it was told that when how many gap it must be feeding. That doubt must not be there among the mothers. And when the bottles must not be used. And also after the discharge also there must be a supportive group which must be promoting the breastfeeding. And to some extent the government has initiated by giving the Lakshya initiative, as you all know, that is been really the labor room quality improvement has been done. And this include how far we have to reanalyze and know that how far we have got improvement in that, whether we have the target, as you can see in this, is 80% of more of breastfeeding must be there, or when there is a cutoff is there, we must have at least 30% improvement. So that's why we have to improve our the awareness among the staff, not only creating the policy, and improve the breastfeeding, so that that awareness must be passed among to the patients. So I think even when we put up that beautiful picture by the WHO, even from the MBBS time onwards, all the doctors must be made aware about the fact, not only the gynecologists or the pediatricians. That message must be sent to the all the doctor community.
Thank you, Dr. Fessy. Anything chairpersons or experts would like to add to this?
Frankly speaking, this is the best investment in neonatal care. Best investment. Why we need escalated care? escalation in care because of infection and instability, hemodynamically unstable, all these things. And if we start breastfeeding, you have already shown what are the benefits. It gives all the benefits. Just remember that 2013 Lancet paper. The one factor which prevents most of the deaths in newborn is breastfeeding. That is the most important factor. And economically, your neonatal care expenditure will be very, very less. But one thing comes to my mind. We all know that bottle feeding is injurious for the baby. Have we ever tell the government to just inscribe that on each and every bottle that bottle feeding is injurious to health of the baby? We are not forcing for that. It is absolute necessity in today's time. When we started MNCU, and believe me, with CPAP also we started with KMC. Of course, we all know KMC improves the breastfeeding.
Yes.
So, not to delay the KMC, which will indirectly promote your breast yield and breastfeeding.
Breastfeeding is
So,
part of KMC's
yes.
definition.
So,
actually.
breastfeeding and KMC with hand hygiene. These are the three things we all know. But let us tell the government to write down on the bottle, each and every bottle, that bottle feeding is injurious for a newborn baby.
I think NNF is taking note of this, and yes. So, yeah. So, we come to our next question. It's for Madam Palani and Yamal. So, what are the recommended methods for expressing breast milk, and how should breast milk be safely transported and stored in the NICU?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all, the respected chairperson, moderator, the panelists, experts, and the participants. Thanks for the opportunity. And also, it's my pleasure to explain about the methods of expression of breast milk, safe transport, and the storage of the breast milk. So, as we all know that nurses plays an important role in supporting and guiding and counseling the mothers soon after birth, not only soon after birth, in antenatal also. So, expression of breast milk is very much essential in order to establish and sustain the lactation, especially the mother who delivered prematurely and also the infant who hospitalized for a long period. So we have to ask the mother and explain how to express and how frequently they have to express the breast milk. So within the few hours of the birth, we have to ask the mother to express, preferably within 6 hours. So not only sucking is the main stimulus for production of milk secretion, and emptying the breast or expression of the breast milk also is the important stimulus. So we have methods of expressing breast milk, that is hand expression and using the breast pump. So in breast pump we have manual and electrical breast pump. So let us see one by one. So first one is hand expression. So this hand expression method is very simple, and also it's a cost effective method. We don't need any kind of equipment to express the breast milk, hand is enough. And this is also, we can use first initial this 1 to 3 days, because the mother will be secreting only the small amount of milk, that is colostrum. So we have to explain the procedure to the mother one by one. First and foremost is hand hygiene. She has to wash her hands thoroughly and ask the mother to sit properly in comfortable position. And also she can do the massage by rotating with the palm of her hand, or by using the knuckles for 3 to 5 minutes. Then after that she has to use the technique, that is C-hold technique. So we have to ask the mother to keep her thumb above the nipple and the first finger below the nipple, and rest of the 3 fingers should support the breast, and press backward towards the chest wall. Then she has to compress, release until the milk arrives. So the next one is manual breast pump. The mother who need to express more amount of milk, that mother can be used this manual breast pump. The one thing we have to keep in mind is you have to choose the correct size of flange. So if you are not choosing the correct size, you will not get the vacuum and you will not have the enough milk expressed. And also you have to concentrate on the pressure, avoid over pressure because it will create trauma to the nipple. And electrical breast pump, the mother whose child is admitted in NICU, so she needs to express her breast milk until her child sucks at the breast. So she can use the electrical breast pump. So after using those kind of equipments, they have to clean and keep it ready for the next expression.
Ma'am, we were so impressed by, and we were just forgot that the time is just running out. You were speaking so well.
Yeah.
Timing,
Please.
sir?
No, no,
you
please
just
complete.
Okay, okay. So we will be insisting again and again about the hygienic practices, hand washing, and keep the container sterile or clean container with wide open. And after expression of the breast milk, we have to label it because in NICU we admit most of the babies are low birth and preterm babies. We collect and store it in the refrigerator. So in order to mismatch, we have to label it. In the label, we have to write the baby name, UHID number, and collection of date and time. So if the mother is expressing at the NICU, we can feed immediately through Palade or intuitive feed. Or if the mother is staying at home or in the another center means, we have to explain them to use insulated bag or cold boxes to transfer the milk. As soon as you receive the milk from the parents, we have to store it immediately in the refrigerator. So we have the guidelines for storage. In room temperature, we can keep it for 4 hours, and maximum 6 to 8 hours also acceptable under the clean condition or according to the environmental temperature. In refrigerator, 4 days is optimal, and 5 to 8 days also under very clean conditions. In freezer, 6 months is optimal. And also directly we cannot give the feed from the refrigerator, so we need to thaw the breast milk. So how can we thaw the breast milk means we have to take the water in the bowl, hot lukewarm water we have to take. In that we have to keep the milk bottle. Then after thawing, we have to feed the child. If there is any remaining thawing milk is there, we have to use it within 24 hours. You cannot again refreeze it. Okay. Then coming to the prevention of errors, slide, sir. Prevention of errors, here we will be storing the milk in the refrigerator. So for preventing errors, you have to double check when you take the milk from the refrigerator and check the correct name, whether you are taking the correct milk for the correct baby. And also we can use color-coded labeling for freshly expressed breast milk and thawing milk. And for the nurse's role, most of the time we will be spending time in counseling and supporting and guiding the mother in expression of breast milk. So if mother didn't get milk, she will be frustrated, she will be having fear and anxiety. That is also one of the reason to hinder the production of milk. So if you guide, if you counsel, her fear and anxiety will reduce, then that will enhance production of milk secretion. So we play a vital role in teaching the mother about the breastfeeding to get the breastfeeding successful rate. And in conclusion, so as we all know that we work together in NICU, doctors, nurses, and the healthcare workers and mothers, everyone. So we have to work for that. We have to ensure that we give safe and protective nutrition to the baby. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, madam.
So we have only 5 more minutes, as informed by our
last question.
HSG. Three more
minutes. If a mother is away from the NICU, she is in some other hospital, and you just ask her to express and bring. But what we have observed is that at the time, just immediately after the delivery, they don't express much. They don't hand express. They'll say it is not coming and all. Do you advise? I mean, is it advisable to ask them to buy a breast pump?
Yeah.
No, breast pump. In how effective or how ineffective is asking them to use a breast pump immediately after birth? So will it actually help? So because when we say hand express, they don't hand express. They'll say she is lying down, who will express and all this, because it is very important for the NICU babies to get the first feed as early as possible. And for those NICUs where the breast this milk bank is not available, what do you do about it? So what's your take on this?
We had this challenge, sir. During the first few hours, they are not able to express the breast milk, but we do advise to express, and we educate the family members also. And also, we have the lactation consultant and the lactation counselor. If we
Yeah.
find any challenges or difficulty, we advise the lactation counselor to help.
I think we cannot leave it to the family only. As she was saying that the lactation counselor should be there available in your unit actually.
Yeah,
And
daily
go
they
and,
are coming.
and it should start antenatally, then at the time of birth. So a constant counseling of the mother and then going there.
Happens, sir.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
it happens.
Those are, ideal conditions.
No, it's not ideal.
In
it
the
happens.
real world, this, baby is in one hospital.
I know.
The mother is in some other hospital.
Yes.
Where is the role of a lactation counselor?
Sir,
She's
even
not
one-
there to go there.
even one drop
And we
also
all-
they
we
are
only
bringing.
have to say you express and bring the milk.
Yeah.
So what?
But
they'll
but
say,
but the instrument will not make a real difference actually. Yeah.
3 days you do not advise for a breast pump because the output is only few drops. If you give breast pump, they will get more frustrated because
Yes.
only few drops will come. So first few days only just a gentle massage and this hand expression is good enough. Only after some time, once the output increases, if she is tired of manual expression, she can do the pump expression, but not in first few
so
days.
you give them some kind of videos or something like that to educate.
That can be done.
Counseling
Huh.
video that can be
Yeah.
done, but it is the manual.
Yeah, doctor. So far we were talking about mother's own milk, and then there are other avenue of getting milk is from the breast milk banking. So Dr. Kanya, can you tell us in short? We are running out of time. So
Sir,
in
Dr.
1 minute.
Ramesh is also standing with the mic, I don't know.
Oh.
No, have one. You can finish this, and I can.
Yeah. So so 1 minute. Okay. So we know that every day there are new centers are coming up, NICUs, because we are having some 300, 400 DM neonatologists coming out. So these and our survival of extremely low birth weight and low gestation also are improving. But unfortunately, these babies do not get to started either on enteral nutrition, or it is not given because mother's milk is not available or formula is given. So what I think that once you are making a new NICU, just put the cost of this setting up of a milk bank, which is also called CLMC now, into your infrastructure cost, because it is much less than a hi-fi sonic machine, Ravi Shankar knows it, or a high-end ventilators. So you can always put that cost, and infrastructure, hardly anything is required which is costly, except an automated pasteurizer. Other than that, are hardly any cost. So you can integrate this cost into your NICU when you are building the NICU. So next. So the components, all of us know that it is the 6-7 steps, like milk collection, and before collection you have to counsel the mother, take her a consent, and then she has to be screened, so that is also a part of consent. Then she expresses, then that milk gets transported, pasteurized, and sent for microbial testing, and which are culture negative, they are ready for dispersion. However, the person who is running a milk bank, like the milk bank manager, who is generally a neonatologist or the pediatrician, you have to insist on some regulations that you have taken a consent from both the recipient as well as the donor. You have to maintain the data. You have to maintain the periodic quality check. That means your temperatures are maintained in the deep freezer, normal refrigerator, pasteurizer. They are working well, and there is a system of how to maintain that. Surveillance culture is extremely important. It is not only the milk which is used, that culture, but your environmental culture, the surfaces, the refrigerator, everything has to be cultured once in 3 months. So the basic regulations must be followed. And I think we have one last slide. and there is a standard operating procedure how you handle that milk, because we have seen sometimes the milk which is disbursed, that gets contaminated if it is not handled properly. So you have to make sure the handling is correct after you have disbursed. That means the people who are touching it, doctor or nurse, it has a clean hand. You pour the milk and not put a syringe every time, it will definitely get contaminated. Discard after 24 hours and keep all the milk in the refrigerator, to never keep it in the room temperature. So the basic SOPs which must be followed for a safe use of donor milk, because we cannot be giving infection through that milk.
Yeah. Thank you. So, two more brief comments, Dr. Fesi and Dr. Ramesh.
And one last point is that I will like to add to point what just now discussed. When we started first milk bank in Kerala 4 years back, Manoj and me with Rotary, we started in government setup and in private setup in 2 cities. Afterwards, government started in Calicut also. So the main problem is that the cost is nearly 30 lakhs. So the next step, what we are aiming in Kerala is that if we have in the peripheral cities, some around 30 kilometers or 40 kilometers, if we have a deep freezer and a breast pump, and if we have a proper records, everything, we can collect that and transport the milk within 7 days. And once it is pasteurized, we can use for 6 weeks. So in that way, mother need not travel, and only just like blood bank, when you donate the milk, blood, we can get the blood. Like that, if that peripheral center, if we can collect and give, that much can be given back, and without any charge, if we have some organization to support that.
Yeah, Dr.
Amit,
Ramesh.
just because breastfeeding is so important, I think there are
Dr.
two
Ramesh.
comments coming from your side also.
I was just interested in knowing from the experts that
we are the experts.
That experts, and the panelist and the moderator, anyone. That let's say these days, particularly in tertiary care hospitals, you would have 50% cesarean section, a lot of high-risk mothers or mothers on illnesses. So what is the minimum amount of the time that a mother would require, let's say in 48 or 72 hours, to be able to be proficient in breastfeeding at discharge? Someone helps in starting it's not just the verbal counseling, and then 10% of the mothers would have breastfeeding related problems. So ultimately, in terms of number of minutes or hours per mother would be needed, because that would have implication that how much of support that we need.
So your question has the answer.
Yes.
Your question has the answer. You have done the calculations, you are telling the numbers. That is what is the reality is.
No, I'm not telling the numbers.
You are telling 50% of the
no, 50%
time
the mothers
are having cesarean deliveries.
I'm asking that, no, let me ask the question again. I'm asking that you need to spend 60 minutes per mother in her stay, or 90 minutes per mother in her stay, to be able to make her proficient in. So what is the the experts' opinion?
So as the group, I'm part of the group which are making this module, and this is what we were thinking also, madam. And this is a challenge which we are leading to, and this is a challenge probably we will be addressing in that module, where we run that program for the NICUs, so that the NICUs are able to provide this much time. No, they still we don't have any experience of that.
Dr. Based, there is a study by a doctor from Hyderabad of our own Dr. Srinivas Murki, and he said that because initially the milk demand or milk requirement is also quite less, so as per his study, by second or third day, mother was able to give entire completely mother's own milk was to be given to the babies in NICU. So if we start antenatal counseling and start expression soon after birth, then almost they show that 70 to 80% babies could be entirely on mother's own milk in NICUs by day 3 of.
The issue is that you have to establish a kind of system.
That is not.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I say?
Yes.
Yeah, just 2 comments. Number 1, and regarding this, I think people.
In 1 minute only. अपना comment बताओ. हाँ.
What?
नहीं बताएं comment.
Yeah, my comments, 2 comments. Number 1, I think we can raise a question about lactation counselors. While you need lactation champions who will motivate and even make an influence in the unit, but I think उनके होने से ये मैंने देखा है that other people leave the ownership and they simply say कि जो भी होता है, they refer it to the counselor. So I think we need to just be little wary. It's a double-edged sword. Number two, cesareans. I think we have to underscore the importance of skin to skin, the initial skin to skin for 1 hour or till the baby starts sucking on the breast. And in our study, which we got the NNF gold medal, we showed that since it is not feasible to do it right in the OT, we did a study, implementation study, RCT, in which we had 3 arms. We showed that even if it's not possible on the OT table, you can because there the logistics and lots of issues operationally are there. So we shifted the mother, when you shift the mother to the post-op, that's where we can actually initiate it, and the effect on long-term breastfeeding rates, exclusive breastfeeding rates was same.
Yeah.
So we can do it there when the companion or the family attendant can be helping and holding the baby, and the same thing could be equally good. So we should not miss out even on that.
Yes, okay.
That's
Thank you. So over to
So I
chairperson.
think, ma'am, the first point of yours.
We have to stop.
Yeah.
No,
We can discuss
Dr. Devta
anything
and-
further
Yeah.
downstairs during lunch itself.
Thank
Closing
you.
remarks.
So I think we
Thank
had
you
a
to all the
wonderful
panelists
thing,
and
but I think one last thing we still did not discuss here is how to give complete enteral feeding to the newborn who is admitted in the NICU from first hour onwards. That's the basic thing. To improve the safety comes from giving the breastfeeding immediately after birth. So for that, what do we do? So I think this panel or the committee has to think about it. Formula, then donor milk, and human milk bank.
It was not possible to include everything in 20
No,
minutes.
so that's
but
what is
but
the
let me tell you that
safety part.
we are developing a training program, and there is a larger group of 10 people, and all these issues are included there. So that training program will be rolled out in
golden
coming
hour
year.
is very important.
Yes, it is
That
included there.
golden hour feed to
Yeah,
the
I agree
premature
with you.
baby in the first hour should
I
be
agree.
our
We agree with
mission
you, sir.
target.
We agree with you, sir. Thank you.
We all know that breastfeeding is very, very important.
I have one request.
Let us take a place that we will initiate breastfeeding
I
in
have
every
one small
newborn.
request that can we stop using this banking, milk banking? We can use that comprehensive lactation management center. So lactation management can be a better word from our side. And second thing is that in this safety module, we can include the food superiority also. That exclusive breastfeeding should be a number one, then expressed breast milk, then donor human milk. Like this, we can create a category clearly out, because from the state side, many a time we are getting the queries. From government side, we are giving them the guidance and included in our ABNC guidance also. But from NNF side also, we can include this food superiority in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 type, so that it will be more useful for the people. Thank you.
I would like to invite the chairpersons, Dr. Ashwini Sood and Dr. Dheeraj Mohan Gupta, sir, and our expert, Dr. Naveen Gupta. Dr. Naveen? And moderator shall be Dr. Mamta Jaju, head of the Department of Neonatology from CNBC, Chacha Nehru, probably the only exclusive pediatric hospital in Delhi. And the panelists shall be Dr. Achila Kumar, who is ADG Nursing. So it's really a pleasure having her over here and contributing to this module. Dr. Pratima Anand, Dr. Anoop Mohta, sir, who is a very renowned pediatric surgeon, who has delved into newborn safety and pediatric patient safety interventions. Dr. Fanny Priya, a young enthusiastic pediatrician and neonatologist from Vizag, and Dr. Binesh. Dr. Binesh, has he joined online? Dr. Binesh was supposed to. So, Dr. Debarun, can you make him come over? Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. And I want to thank NNF, Dr. Manoj and Dr. Amit to involve such an important topic during the newborn week, which the theme itself says that newborn safety, every touch, every time, every baby. So we all know that medication safety is very, very important. And being the quality programs running Muskan, NHRC, Kayakalp, so 9ABH, we know many of the things regarding the medication safety, but specifically in neonatal medication safety if we talk. So we have expert of panels with us. Dr. Anup Mota, he is a pediatric neonatal surgeon and a principal assessor for NABH. Achla ma'am, she is also a very senior nursing officer and nowadays she is working with the Government of India. Pratima is consultant neonatologist at Lady Harding Medical College. Then online we have Dr. Binesh. He is also a very senior neonatologist. And Madam Priya is with there. Fani Priya is with her.
I'm
She's also a
consultant
senior
neonatologist at
consultant
Rainbow
neonatologist.
Hospital,
Yeah.
Vizag, ma'am.
So welcome you all. So the important thing that I want to highlight few of the things that because medication errors are very, very common and if we see the data that a lot of errors are reported, especially in the pediatric and in the adult group, and there are more people die than motor vehicle accidents. So one of the reports says this. But this medication results in increased length of stay in the ICUs and the deaths also very high with these medication errors. If we go by the definition by NCC MERP, a medication error is any preventable event that may cause or lead to inappropriate medication use or patient harm while the medication is in the control of healthcare professional, patient or consumer. So the important thing here is preventable. So how can we prevent that? That should come. If we see the data in children, it is just the tip of the iceberg. So there are no studies available in neonates. One or two data which says it is 5.5 per 100 prescriptions. But if we see some of the studies from India, which includes one from in the pediatric ICU, so it varies from 7% to 35% to 68%. So the variation is very high, and I feel the reason behind this variation is that people are not reporting, the healthcare workers are not reporting. And there are so many causes that why these medication errors are happening and why not people are reporting. So this is just the tip of the iceberg which we are seeing as the medication error. So if we see that human factors are the most important cause for these medication errors, which include systems, abbreviations, and many other things. And if we go for that non-reporting, even if some staff or somebody knows healthcare worker that they did medication error, so the system is like that they're afraid of that if I'll tell that I have done this mistake, the punitive action will be against me. So we need to change that mindset of people that no, we need to inform and we need to know about these medication errors, that how this is harming the society. So coming to the medication safety, yes, we need to give them a safe, accurate and standardized medication practices in an ICUs to prevent such errors. And though neonates, we all know, they have a lot of variability than the adult and the pediatric system because of their physiological and the body system. We see that there are differences in the pharmacokinetics and the pharmacodynamics. There are gestational age, weight, postnatal age, and there are many coexisting conditions that will affect the absorption, distribution, metabolism, and elimination of the drugs. So I'm not going in details of these. So I'll come to our first panelist, Dr. Achla. So what all medication errors in neonates and how can you prevent them, ma'am? So just in brief, please tell us.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this question, and very good afternoon to all of you. And it is a wonderful opportunity to be here amongst you all. So there are various kind of medication errors that can occur in NICU, like prescribing errors, dispensing errors, and transcription errors. There are so many errors are there, and the main thing is that how we are going to prevent that errors in the NICU. So like prescription errors, like during prescribing or ordering a medicine for a patient, like it is a kind of wrong drug, wrong dose, it's a wrong regimen, wrong route, and wrong frequency or duration in that way. So most importantly, the thing is that we should have a complete neonatal identifiers. The UHID number of the newborn, name of the newborn, the birth weight of the newborn should be there, and age of gestation. That things are really important. And they should be unambiguous drug details also. Drugs should be in a generic format, and calculated doses should be in an accurate format, and the clear route of administration should be there. And like how we are going to write a prescription, like we should write clearly and legibly also, because most of the time we see that it is not in a capital letters. When we write in a capital letters, there are chances that there are less chances of errors, and we should avoid the dangerous abbreviations like OD, BD, like that abbreviation we should not use. We should use once a day, twice a day, or thrice a day, like that. Clearly we need to specify. So it should be there, like specify the dose, strength and route should be clearly. Whether it is oral route, IV, IM, like that it should be clearly prescribed, and we should have a generic name, not a brand name should be used. And we should also check very, very careful when we are writing the milligram versus the micrograms. So it should be clearly written whether it is in milligrams, micrograms, in that way. And we should have like most of the medication errors to prevent them. So we should avoid the trailing zeros. Like if it is 1 milligram, we should write 1 milligram. It should not be 1.0 milligram. But we should prefer to have the leading zeros. Whenever we are giving medication for a low doses like 0.5 milligram or 0.05 milligram, like that, it should be clearly written, and it should be in a capital letters in that way. Second type of errors are the transcription errors. Whenever the transcription of medicines are done and there are some kind of discrepancies are there in terms of the drug name, formulation, route, dose, dosing regimen, and a kind of omission also. Like sometimes we'll see the prescriptions, they are not legible. So how the other person can able to transcribe? And sometimes we'll see the look alike and sound alike also drugs are there. We should be very, very careful, and incomplete orders should not be there if there is a missing dose, route or frequency, like that. And misinterpretation during the verbal or telephone orders, that is one of the things. So read back policy should be there to avoid that kind of errors. And many times we'll see there is a manual transcription between multiple records or charts. Whenever we see any charts, so many times the drugs they have been written, transcribed, so that the chances are there that there can be some kind of discrepancies. So how to prevent that transcription errors? Like we can use the pre-printed or electronic neonatal prescription charts, that is the one way. And we should also ensure one definitive medication chart, so that only all the prescription should be there, not on the multiple copies. And we should also limit the verbal or telephone order. There should be a verbal order policy should be there, and there should be a written format like how many, what all medications can be given on a verbal order. Readback policy should be there. We should also communicate all order changes. If there is any omission of drugs is there or some drugs are added. So at that point of time, same thing needs to be communicated to the team members also. And we should also conduct regular training sessions on safe transcription practices for both the nurses and for the doctors as well. An audit also can be conducted regularly so that we can detect any kind or we can correct any transcription. We should also use the technology, like it can be in a form of electronic prescriptions and all. So regarding the preparation and administration errors also, because in the NICU there should be a dedicated place should be there for the preparation of the IV fluids and also for the drugs. That needs to be well lighted, and all the clean surface should be there, and sterile syringes and things should be available. So, and for preparation of IV and fluids, we should have like that can be prepared in the laminar flow, so that the contamination should be avoided. We should use the weight-based dosing such as milligram per kg or microgram per kg in that way. So that is the some ways of preventing the preparation and administration errors. So few of the important thing is like only the registered nurse is responsible for the accuracy of patient's medication record. Secondly, the nurses should be trained in the drug dosage, indication, route of administration, side effects and precautions also. And we can verify with the like two identifiers in which one of the identifier can be the UHID number, and intravenous medication should be given by the use of infusion pumps for providing the accurate infusions, rate and monitoring also, and any kind of drug allergy or interactions must be checked to any drug before the administrations. And whenever sometimes we are giving 2 or 3 injections simultaneously, so whenever they are preparing the second syringe, first syringe should be labeled before that. And there can be also errors pertaining to the dispensing also. Particularly, it is the interpretation of medication prescription by the pharmacy staff also while they are doing the selection, preparation, labeling and distribution of the medications. So it is important that while doing the safe dispensing, it requires precision, asepsis, double verification in terms of whenever we are giving any high risk drugs or high alert drugs, and clear labeling should be there. So every dose must be individualized, checked and traceable to ensure the safe and effective neonatal pharmacotherapy. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So thank you, ma'am, for highlighting important points. So I think starts from the prescription era, where how to write prescription is very, very important, and not to use abbreviations, ODBD, capital letters, write drugs in capital letters. Route of transfusion is important. How to prepare and dispense. The most important thing is transcription. The most common errors which has been found are transcription errors, because when you write multiple times, the mistakes are bound to happen. If doctor is writing somewhere else and the staff is writing somewhere, copying it, then these errors are very, very common. So next, coming to the sir, very important topic. So there are many high risk medications, look-alike, sound-alike drugs and narcotics which we are using in our nursery and ICUs. So how to manage these drugs inside the NICU? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sir. Yes. Sir,
actually, first to define, we all know high-risk drugs are the drugs which have a higher potential for causing harm to the child if used inappropriately, either the dosage or the route or the formulations, etc. And the common ones which we encounter are insulin, opiates, and injectable potassium chloride, etc. Issue is another thing which I consider very high risk is whenever you're using off-label use of drugs which have not been tested in the neonates, but we give appropriate doses or calculated doses in the neonates instead of pediatric doses. Neonatal doses are not described. So that's, and another point is in research. Whenever you're doing research on neonates, whatever drugs we give in different concentrations or formulations, I would consider them high risk situations. How to mitigate these situations? First is obviously all institutions or all NICUs should have their dedicated high-risk drug lists, which should be there and they should be kept, they should be utilized. Before the administration of these drugs, double checking has to be done. They should be stored appropriately under lock and key, and training of the nurses, which Dr. Achala has already spoken about, and unit prescription, etc. has been done. Main thing is that high-risk drugs should be color-coded and kept separately in a storage area. And common things like generic names of drugs should be generic instead of other things has to be there. Next. Yeah. Okay. So that's no, it's okay. Next, coming out to the LASA drugs, look-alike, sound-alike drugs. LASA is the acronym for LASA, look-alike, sound-alike drugs. They again are dangerous or high risk because same drug, same company, different formulations are kept side by side. So the pharmacist or the clinician or the nurse is likely to mistake between the different formulations and give a wrong dose of drugs. That's important. Okay, so they should be stored separately, and similar formulation has to be stored separately rather than at the same place. Coming to the next thing, narcotics. Obviously, we all know narcotics have a low threshold for errors, and their therapeutic index is very low, so it has to be careful because a lot of side effects do occur because of wrong dosage calculations or rapid administration. So strict monitoring has to be done for these drugs by the clinicians. I think that's all I would highlight at the moment.
Yeah, so
it's a long topic, but in a short time, this is the only thing we can
many things else, many other things were written in the module. The important thing is that we should know high-risk drugs, the LASA drugs, the list should be available with them, and staff should be trained about them, that how to keep them, these drugs, and what is our policy regarding these drugs. So coming to the, Dr. Fani, so we need to store medicines at different, and there should be expiry drug policy, which is very important, that how will you want to comment on that?
Yes. So the storage should be, there should be a specific policy for storage of drugs. So first is the always manufacturer guidelines should be checked for storage, and then while storing there should be standard protocols for segregation of medication and storage properly. For example, for crash carts, they should be uniform all over the unit. The medication should be uniformly labeled in an alphabetical manner, like if it is a tablet, syrups or injections, they should be labeled in an alphabetical manner, and there should be a routine policy across the unit for storage. And then for expiry, there should be a policy for expiry. So we have two policies, FIFO and FEFO. FIFO is first in, first out. The medicine which come first will go first. But now it is FEFO policy for expiry. That would be first expiry, first out. So the drugs which are going to expire first should be kept in the place where they can be picked up first. This is the expiry policy, and we should always have an expiry corner where the expired drugs will be discarded. This is one important thing, and other thing is every hospital should have a drug and therapeutic committee which actually sees this expiry policy, whether the SOPs are being followed. So this drug and therapeutic committee is also important part of the storage.
So the important, I think, point ma'am want to say is that we should have a written policy for the expiry of the medications, that what medicines need to, if they are going to expire, what is our policy, and FIFO should be applied in every condition. So coming to the next is, so Dr. Binesh has joined online. So the most important thing which we are talking is mitigation errors and the adverse drug reactions happening. So what are adverse drug reactions and how to report them and take actions to further prevent them? So please summarize in this.
Good afternoon. So adverse drug reactions are basically noxious, unintended drug responses occurring at a normal therapeutic doses used for diagnosis or treatment. And obviously the severity can be varied from mild reaction to a life-threatening event. And in NICU, the newborns are especially vulnerable for the same, and identifying these adverse drug reactions are important to decrease the healthcare cost and to increase the patient safety. Why these are critical in newborns? Because they are newborns have, we all know, as a newborn has got immature neonatal organs, and many of the NICU drugs that we use have a very narrow therapeutic index. And obviously the detection may be slightly tricky in newborns because they cannot verbalize the early symptoms. But it is important that we should recognize these adverse drug reactions, and once we recognize it, we should document it, and then report to the appropriate authority that will be dealing the following slides. And obviously, whenever you have a adverse drug reaction or any adverse event, obviously we should do a corrective and preventive action. We should first do a root cause analysis, and once after we document it, we should do a root cause analysis so that we can find out where we faltered, and then we can prevent it in the future. So actions to prevent adverse drug reactions are already mentioned in the previous speakers, like the safe following the safe prescribing practices. The medication preparation administration should be as mentioned, and the proper storage and labeling are obviously important, and technology and safety we can take the help of technology and improve a safety culture, which will be dealt by the following speaker. And the role or the role of monitoring and investigating medication obviously falls on the Drug and Therapeutic Committee, or if you ask more specifically, to the Pharmacovigilance Committee, which is in many of our hospital, which is a subcommittee of the Drug Therapeutic Committee, or can be a separate group of individuals also. So once you have a adverse drug reactions, you should do reporting. You can either use a hospital-based reporting to the pharmacovigilance unit that you have, but if you don't have that facility, there is a national pharmacovigilance module that is available, or committee that is available, to which you can report. The reporting can be through a online, through the website, or through email, through a toll-free number, or even through a mobile app. So, to summarize, the adverse drug reactions are important in newborns because newborns have got immature organs and cannot communicate symptoms, thus increasing the risk of adverse drug reactions. A structured reporting, documentation, and an active pharmacovigilance are essential in managing the neonatal adverse drug reactions effectively. A safe prescribing, accurate administration, proper storage, and use of technology do minimize the medication errors in newborns. And errors and near misses should be used as opportunities for learning and improve the neonatal medication safety protocols. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Vinesh. So I think he has covered most of the points, but still I feel that the system should be developed in such a way that people should not fear to report these errors, because until unless we'll not have a system where the people the healthcare workers have confidence that there will be no punitive action, they'll not report it. So we should develop a system that people should come and tell, yeah, this error has happened, and the CAPA should be done for every error, every medication. Even if it is near miss, we should go for a CAPA that how to improve that this should not repeat. So,
ma'am, we are running short
so
of time.
just last speaker, and so I think the important thing which comes is that the technology has definite role in decreasing these medication errors. So over to Pratima.
Near to mouth.
So we have tried to give some methods of using technology right from the right from the description using computerized physician models to transcription and to translation. So all these things can be actually computerized, and simplest is EHR, electronic health record. We can also use barcodes while dispensing, so that barcodes, so that medications which are written are dispensed correctly using the barcode system. And lastly, automated medication dispensers are there. This is a cupboard which is automated, and many of the international centers and some of our units also must be practicing. These are automated medication dispensers. So these are some of the examples where technology can be used and which can prevent errors. So the module covers it in detail.
And I think last slide, this is very important, that because it is mainly the system based and the human errors are the most common. So the regular training and education of staff is very, very important, and competency assessment of those staffs are very important. So continuous training, education, and periodic audits, and to give them feedback about that what is happening and why these errors are happening is very important. So empowering each staff, each person who is working is very important to improve the system. So these are just the summarized points that what we need to do to improve the medication safety in our area. And thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. So over to chairpersons and experts.
Just Pratima, one take. So because when we have new residents, so it becomes very important for at least for 3 to 6 months to have a double check.
Yes.
Because that's the time when we see, and the second is the weekends and holidays and Sundays. So these are 3 areas where we need to focus as quality, so that's very important. And third one is, we had one example because as medical superintendent I had to look into the data every quarter at the chair of infection. So for a particular 3 months in my NICU, the piperacillin tazobactam was given, the dose was just calculated based on only piperacillin. So I need to care when we are using these combination of medications. So we need to look into that whether they are being prescribed in the right format or not. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I think this is a very welcome step, and I must congratulate all the team for such a comprehensive and nicely designed such an important topic on medication safety. And you guys in the presentation also and in the document, whatever I could see a little bit, that the flow was very, very nice. What I feel is that one thing which can be added, which we do in our unit, is that there are certain drugs like insulin, you mentioned those drugs, dopamine, dovitamin. The standardized preparation can be added in the module, because the standardized preparation will lead to may lead to less medication error.
Yeah, so the one point we have added, that whenever standardized preparations are available, try to use them instead of mixing and
no, but but
the
my
doses
point
also.
is,
Yes,
my point
yes,
is
that's very
like
important.
that
Yes.
every nurse knows that dopamine needs to be prepared or insulin needs to be prepared in this manner. Only the flow rate will be adjusted to deliver the dose.
That's
Yeah.
very
Another is that sometimes like do not use these things, those kind of flow chart or those kind of table. Like you mentioned that the trailing zero and the leading zero or the BD or D, that can be done. And the third point is that discharge medication safety is also important. Like one topic can be added for that also, like how will we counsel the parents, and in the discharge, like the medications are prescribed nicely, that okay, this is, so these are the 2-3 points, otherwise are very well done and excellent.
And one takeaway from my side, because what we are checking in what we have planned, we have made weekly, bi-weekly, fortnightly, whatever it is. But during the busy hours, that is when the NICU is very busy, in that case, routine follow-up should not be gone. In that you have to formulate accordingly, twice a day or once a day, whatever it may. It should be changed as per the NICU engagement also. Number of patients are more, that at that time chances of errors are very much in comparison other days when we have a less number of NICUs. And one thing I would like to introduce, this topic has been taken in the UP Neocon just now, which has and Dr. Ashish Prakash is there. He has taken that topic, and we have done it in Varanasi in the recently concluded UP Neocon. Thank you.
Yeah. क्या नाम है? अराध. Umar.
Yeah, one thing.
तो ये पिछले हफ्ते से उनको एकदम से बुखार आ गया और पेट लेकिन उनसे आराम नहीं,
उल्टियाँ तो नहीं है, अभी बुखार आ रहा?
बुखार हम से पेट दर्द भी दर्द खाना नहीं
Okay. So, in this regard, first thing is that we should know that medication errors are, really happening. So, when we should create an environment where the nurses, doctors, everybody should be able to tell that. So that will happen with our right attitude. We should not take any kind of punitive action. We should, scold them. We should not, that kind of an environment, and it should be told that these medication errors are common. They do happen. And unless we talk to one another, I think in this, module, what you are actually making, first thing is that we should know how many errors are happening. What type of, errors are happening.
So what started with that only, sir? Because the errors, whatever reported is very less, and it varied from...
Because the time was short, otherwise...
Sir, we should conclude the session now, because other things also to do.
What about your legal protection here? Because we had a case recently, just a month back, oncology patient, and he was given a different drug meant for a different patient. And the baby died ultimately. It was a very sad situation, but we reported. And a case has been filed. Is there any protection for such things?
Because we are here to, we are thinking about the ideal things. Report it, report it, report it. But if you report, you will be in soup. That sits in our minds. That is why we are not reporting. Not a single unit. I don't think anyone is reporting.
Reporting is only for internal.
About internal reporting.
So that there we need to improve the system that the punitive actions should not happen against, because human errors are common and you don't expect everyone to be perfect, that no error will
What
happen.
about the legal protection? It is very easy to say to report internal, external, whatever. But this is the
This is one essay, sir, but there are many phases. There are some near misses also. There are adverse events also.
So we had a patient in the PICU. We had a patient in the PICU who was improving. A nurse, I think some healthcare provider's relative, was supposed to be discharged next day, got a medication error and died. We had to, you cannot tell them ki kuch nahi hua, so we had to, nothing happened, but no court case, nothing happened.
Yeah, there was a case in which mother was discharged. Before discharge, the husband said, whatever medicines are left, I won't return them, just give it to mother. There was vacuronium which was there, and she was injected vacuronium. And father said, just give all drugs which are pending. So everything can happen which you can think of. So thank you very much. Such an expert panel. It is a wonderful topic to discuss. We all encounter arterial like issues are at times. Arterial.
That's a very important thing because as we cannot talk medical
Definitely, yes. Now, just taking a break from the modules which were there. People have trains to catch. So just inviting, please forgive me because we are taking a detour to challenges in providing optimal level 3 NICU care in medical colleges. For that, we have a moderator who is Dr. Ramesh Agarwal, one of the first neonatologists in the country, and he is currently head of the Department of Neonatology at AIMS, New Delhi, Division of Neonatology. And for chairing the session, I would invite Dr. Aarti Maria, Dean, RML Hospital, Delhi, and Dr. Karthik Ram Mohan. Dr. Karthik, please come over. Dr. Saurabh Chopra had joined over. If you can, he would be a good expert in this field. And other experts are Dr. Ashish Jain and Dr. Pradeep Devta. Dr. Ashish, if you could come over, please. And the panelists are Dr. Ramesh Chaudhary from SMS Jaipur, Dr. Anupma Verma from LLRM Medical College Meerut, Dr. Satvik Bansal. डॉक्टर सात्विक को फोन करना, बाहर थे अभी. डॉक्टर शालिनी त्रिपाठी फ्रॉम KGMU, डॉक्टर जयकृष्ण मित्तल from Jaipur. So we have a wide mix from different states, from private and government scenario. And to discuss this, over to Dr. Ramesh Agarwal. We have about 25 minutes and clock starts now.
So good
Yes.
afternoon, everyone, and thank you, NNF and Amit and Dr. everybody from NNF for giving this and holding this wonderful, I think, very relevant topics and sessions. So coming to this session, I think it's very relevant considering that I think neonatal mortality is sticking for the last 3 years almost stagnant. And in our persuasiveness to reach the SDG goals, I think we need to be a little more proactive. And of course, the role of tertiary neonatal units at the medical colleges, which become the hubs of not only being referral centers, being training centers, and being role models for, and probably the last hope for the sickest of the babies to survive. So without losing time, I think I give it to my co-chairperson and with his opening remark, and then we can start.
Thank you. Very important topic. We'll please request if they can start the panel. Please go ahead.
Moderator. Over to moderator.
Yes, over to Dr. Ramesh.
We can give him this. You can use here.
Okay. Okay. I'm not too sure. Is this working?
Yes, yes, it's working.
It's working?
Yeah, just I will put on the button and it will work.
Hello?
Yeah, it is working.
Hello? Working?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Okay, good afternoon, and I think 25 minutes, and that seems to be a precondition for the lunch?
Yes.
Or,
Or after that.
After Jiva's lecture.
Dr.
Okay,
Jiva.
fine. So I think, as Dr. Aarti said, that this is a very relevant panel discussion, and if you look at the rollout of SNCU's level 2 care happened in somewhere 2011 or something, and last 15 years we have made tremendous progress without any doubt. The major reductions in NMR has happened because of SNCU's level 2 care. We admit up nearly 20 lakh babies in these units, 1,000 odd units. Perhaps, yeah, 20 lakh maybe. I'm just getting it is getting messed up with the number, but 1,000 odd units admitting large number of neonates and saving number of the neonates. And they are there in the district hospital, they are there in medical colleges. And if you take the example of SMS Medical College, and we have panelist Dr. Ramesh Chaudhary, professor of pediatrics and in charge of neonatal services at SMS Jaipur. So let's take example of SMS. There are 350 of total 1,000 beds that are there in Department of Pediatrics, perhaps the largest hospital in the country. So Ramesh, I would quickly ask you this question, and I would request let me introduce the other panelists also. We have Dr. Anupama, head of the Department of Pediatrics from again a leading college, LLRM. And then we have Dr. Shalini Tripathi, professor of pediatrics, looking after newborn services at KGMU, Lucknow. And we have Dr. Jayakrishan Mittal, heading the Department of Neonatology and running DM program in National Institute of Medical Sciences in Jaipur. So as Amit said, that we have a good mix of people, and I'm quite sure we will get a good mix, a good responses to construct the picture. My only request to the panelists is that please don't go to the background, just give the direct answers without, if you can give in one line, just go ahead. And if you can give answer in few words, simply go ahead. Right, so Ramesh, the first question is to you, that now that we have such a good level 2 care, what is that is missing that we think of level 3 care? What is the gap that is going to fill? Which is there, which you see that we need to fill.
So to enter the league of single-digit NMR states, so we Rajasthan and all, we need to put hard in level 3, because low-hanging fruits, harnessing by doing asepsis, mother milk support, CPAP, asepsis, we have done a tremendous job in that. But hemodynamics is not all about dopa-dobuta. We need more support, targeted support for every specific baby. We have to have corrective surgeries for the CCSDs and other deformities. We have to give respiratory support beyond CPAP and surfactant. So we need respiratory hemodynamics. For that, we definitely need a dedicated cadre of not only the trained pediatrician or neonatologist, but also the trained nurses as well, that are dedicated to the neonatal units for years, because experience cannot be written in the books. We can just
So what you are saying is that we get now more sick babies that cannot be managed by traditional level 2 care, the kind of things that we were doing, and on top of that we have a lot of surgical babies, right?
Yes.
Pediatric surgery, cardiac
Yes.
surgery, cardiology,
Yeah.
and the other. So do you think that last 10-15 years that proportion, I'm quite sure they were coming early on also, but has that proportion now expanded,
Yes,
increased?
surely.
Can you give rough idea that from what to what?
So earlier, just like you go back 10 years, in year 2014 and 15, most of the chunk was birth asphyxia, prematurity RDS, and that's it. And now, just like NNJ, we manage in the postnatal wards.
Jaundice.
Yes.
Mm.
But RDS, which is requiring NIV or more intense NIV, they are increasing. But that was eased by availability of surfactant. But still we have very bad PPHN. Very bad PPHN even without MS cases. We have very large number of surgically correctable like diaphragmatic hernias and lots many babies with that.
So a lot of sick babies, and in fact the kind of diseases that we traditionally did not see in neonatology. Neonatology, we thought it was asphyxia, prematurity, RDS, some GI problem and apnea, but now you see whole lot different kind of diseases that we need to manage, and you need level 3, and on top of that we have the surgical cases also added to
In last word,
please.
We could not retrieve babies, means the correctable surgical malformations, they went up to 25 now. This was earlier only 3-4%.
Okay, the proportion of malformations have now increased with the better survival.
Keep on losing within our eyes. We cannot save them.
Right, good points. And let me throw a question to our expert, Dr. Ashish. That we talk about, these levels, when you talk about level 3, is it just number, or, what do we mean by level 3? What are the capabilities that you need to have in terms of the kind of diseases that we need to manage and the kind of expertise amongst the faculty that you need? So can you give rough idea so that it is not, to the people it's not just a number, we just need to look at the capabilities. I think yeah.
If you are talking about the level 3 seriously, then it is definitely different from level 2. So that is the highest level of care one can offer, and the level 3 nurseries are actually designed to take care of the extreme preterm babies, critically ill babies, sick babies, physiologically very unstable babies, undiagnosed, otherwise undiagnosed babies. And it is not just a single factor which sort of defines the level 3 nursery. So at all levels we need a certain maturity. For example, as Sir said, the focus in the level 3 nursery is the extreme preterm babies, vis-a-vis the level 2 nurseries, which generally are expected to treat babies less than 1.5 kgs. But here the focus is even less than 1 kg babies. The precision and the sustained support is very important for level 3. You can't have residents coming down, going up. So that type of, even if you tell yourself as level 3 nurseries, unfortunately it's not level 3 because the sustainability is a very important factor. And it's not just telling that having neonatologists, having nurses, the adequacy, the well-trained background, and the sustained services. So all three together with some qualified, qualified nurses, qualified doctors and neonatologists, that only will give you results. Otherwise, if you just have nurses, 20 nurses out of which 2 are qualified, the ratios are haywire, then even though you are being, unfortunately most of the medical colleges, we call our nurseries as level 3, but they don't achieve that particular objective because of so many limitations. Some are solved, some we can solve, some we cannot solve. Then obviously they should have an equipment profile which can cater to these babies. The skills should include beyond just peripheral line cannulation, which is expected from level 2 nurseries. Level 3 nurseries should have skill for central lines, they should have skill for running high frequency ventilation, maybe skills for few further monitoring devices like multipara monitors, cerebral function monitors. The focus of the level 2 nurseries is to stabilize and refer. That's the main focus, what I see. But the focus shifts drastically when you come to level 3, where it is to manage and only do selective referrals. And the most important part is to have supportive departments, because unless you have a pediatric surgery department, a genetics department, so on call, on floor 24/7, it's very difficult to give level 3 services. And the follow-up services, nevertheless to say, are most important, because now you're dwelling into an area where there would be more chances of neurodevelopmental delay, they're more vulnerable, and they need a lot of early intervention to combat these issues. So unless your unit is ready for all that, it's not good to actually define and proclaim that it's a level 3 nursery. And unfortunately, most of our medical colleges, so-called apex teaching institutions, do not match this criteria. We all are trying, but we should understand and we should be clear in our minds that yet it's too far to reach that criteria. And we are more so working like support systems for level 2 nurseries, better level 2 nurseries, but not actually level 3 nurseries as defined.
Right. So what you are saying is that it's not just a number. So it's the huge capabilities that we need to build in terms of managing the cases that require multidisciplinary care, and it's not just the neonatologists, but also the trained nurses, equipment, capabilities, departments that are beyond neonatology, and it is not just acute care, but it's a follow-up care also. So it's a multifaceted.
It's an ecosystem. I mean, you should have
the
a good
entire
hospital infection control system, a quality control cycles running. So it's a whole ecosystem which will give you
So
result.
you can't just, let's say you have level 2 unit, so therefore you provide 3 more ventilators or 4 multipara monitors, or with the same pediatricians or same nurses. I think that would not be a level 3. Level 3 would mean, I think to me that's a very important differentiation that we need to appreciate.
I think the equipment is the least.
And equipment is the
defining
least,
criteria.
and very often, the thing
And
that
is
comes is actually the equipment. So I think this is something which is really very, very important. Let me now come to Dr. Verma, and Ashish, and I'll come back to you in terms of the capabilities of faculty or the consultant level that you have. What is the kind? Would you know mandatorily? Do you need DM neonatology, or a pediatrician can be managed, or pediatrician can manage, or a pediatrician who's rotating on 6 monthly basis, as it happens in the medical colleges? Is that good enough? Or simple continuation of the pediatrics faculty for longer period, or sustained basis, can that manage? What is about the residents, like the pediatrics senior resident or pediatrics junior resident would be good enough to manage, or you'd have to have some specialized neonatology course? So I'll come back to that, but before that, Dr. Anupama, that let's take the example of LLRM, and LLRM is one of the busiest and oldest medical colleges in the country. So if you were to cater to the deliveries that are happening in the medical college, inborn babies, and additionally you need to manage the referrals of 4 to 5 other medical colleges, what is the kind of bed strength you would need? And just imagine that SNCU has been imagined with the 5 days of median stay, but in actual it's actually 6 to 7 days. Medical colleges are likely to have much longer stay. So what is the bed strength that you visualize at your college?
Sir, number is one thing. if we increase the number, definitely we will compromise the quality of care. So just by increasing the number in ICU
Let's
or
focus
SCU.
on the number first. We'll come to this quality
Okay,
issue.
sir. Sir, level 3 beds, at least 10 to 12 beds of level 3, 10 beds of MNCU, and 15 to 20 beds of level 2 NICU care. This much we require because we get referral not only in pediatrics but all the OPS patients are also the high risk deliveries. They are delivered there. 50% are cesarean section, as you mentioned earlier. Most of them are 6 babies. For intramural babies, we are bound to admit them. For extramural babies, we depends on the bed availability or ventilator availability. One more thing, sir. Sir mentioned that there are increase in number of malformations. Government schemes are there. Ayushman scheme is there. Rashtriya Bal Suraksha Karikram is there. Children are referred to our institute, higher institute, medical colleges for these operations. So we have plus this load also there. Na pediatric surgery, pre-op, post-op ward is NICU only.
Okay.
And cardiology patients are also there. Neurosurgery people also put their babies in our NICU. So these are the additional chunk of patients in our NICU. Government schemes are expanding. People are more aware of, and that's why their referrals are more to other medical college. Plus, there are many evolving medical colleges around Meerut, for example, like Saranpur Medical College, Bijnor Medical College. They are in the evolving stage. They are level 3 NICU, but still they are referring us because they are in the evolving phase. So we have to increase our number, but at the same time we have to check on the quality of care. So same what we were discussing earlier, if one nurse has to take care of 10 kids and we
I'll just come to that. Let's stay on the bed numbers. So you said that approximately 40
approximately
beds.
40
10
beds.
Level 3, 10 to 12, 10 to 12 MNCU and 20 step down. So one point that you are making very, very important point that even in these level 3 units, you would need level 2 beds.
Yes.
Step down beds, and that's likely to be 40 to 50%, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would take care of your inborn load, or that would take care of your outbound load?
So I'm taking care of both intramural and extramural.
No, these 40 beds would be able to take care of your inborn as well as outbound
Outbound.
referrals that you would get.
Yes.
40 beds, you said that the medical colleges
Minimum
are
of
also
40 beds, sir.
referring. Okay.
Yes, sir. Plus, sir, one more thing, we have to strengthen our back referral or counter referral. Once the baby is stabilized, we should step down to level 2 in district hospital. That's the only way we can have this number check in our NICU.
So what you're saying is that when you have medical colleges, there would be a tendency for the people to, send the sick babies and sometimes even not so sick babies.
Yes, sir.
And
baby, parents want to. But we have to strengthen it. This is one way out in which we can have some number check. Otherwise, babies will be referring to the medical college. It's the main problem, sir. But एक टाइम पर कहीं ना कहीं आपको रोकनी पड़ेंगी चीज़ें क्योंकि we have fixed number of resident, we have fixed number of faculty, we have fixed number of nursing staff. जहाँ पे नंबर बढ़ती है वहाँ पे क्वालिटी कम होगी सर.
Right.
तो वो एक तरीका है कि जैसे बेबी स्टेबलाइज हो, स्टेप बैक, रेफरल बैक.
So you are actually making a very important point to be able to use your level 3 beds or level 3 services or the expertise that you have to have a two-way referral.
Yes, sir.
So that a baby requiring, let's say, 14 days of stay, then 5 days may be spent at your place.
Yes, sir.
Receiving the intensive care, and for the remaining days, the baby can go back to the district hospital that the team manages.
That's why we will get more babies.
And that's how you will be able to provide
more
care
services.
to more number of babies.
Yes.
And at the same time, actually help train the SNCU team also to be more confident.
Yes.
To progressively handle the progressively more sickness level.
Yes. Yes.
I think very important point that you have made, and I can see that you are very concerned about quality. And I think the sentiment we all are echoing is that sometimes when we say that we need to promote from level 2 to level 3, often the equipment would come, the beds would come, but the remaining capabilities may not be there, so therefore there would be drastic reduction in the quality of care, may not culminate into the benefits that we are envisaging.
Yes.
By upgrading the services. I think those are very important point, and that takes me to Dr. Shalini. And when we talk about quality, I think the most important component is HR.
Yes.
Right. So do you have any norms in mind, like, you know, what should be, let's say, 40 bedded unit that Dr. Anupama is proposing? To manage that unit, what is the faculty strength that you need? What is the resident levels, resident strength that you need? And most importantly, what is the nursing strength that you need?
Yes, sir. So actually, sir, I have just seen all that. So we have a accreditation available NNF 3A, 3B, 3C, and then 4. So according to a 3A, which is a minimum level, and I was just thinking about a unit in which there are 6 ventilated and 10 non-ventilated beds, thinking about 16 like level 3 plus 2 beds. So we need actually nurses. The nurses, the minimum experience should be GNM plus 3 months NICU training, or BSc if we get. Usually in medical colleges, BSc is not available. So we have a GNM nurses mainly, and 3 months NICU training. So one nurse on 220 beds is the norm, and for 4 non-ventilated babies, 1 nurse. So, and then plus 20% to take care of the offs and the leaves. So if we take 3 shifts and 1 off, so we will be needing 22 to 24 nurses for a 16 bedded like level 2 plus level 3 unit to run. Plus 1 or 2 sister in charges, which is a nurse which is having almost 1 year complete experience in neonatology. And a very important point that these nurses, they should be FBNC trained and FPC trained, and all those modules which are coming up. They should not be rotated to any other part. They should be exclusively kept for the neonatology. So sir, these are the nurses which I usually calculated as per the rules.
What about residents?
So residents, about senior residents for like 6 ventilated beds, there should be 1 per shift, that is minimum. For junior JRs, which are MBBS plus they are trainees, so 2 JRs minimum, so 4 nurses, 4 SRs, and 4 to 8 JRs, 2 JRs per shift. And sir, the ancillary workers, in which we have 4 kind of people like sanitation, the technicians, the respiratory therapist. Usually they are given in the adult ICUs, but for the neonatal they are not available. We ask for the adult ICU sometimes if we need it. But then our equipment technician is a new person, which we have 2 ICUs, inborn and outborn. We have 55 bedded ICUs. So sir, this equipment technician is a person which will make the life easy in these places. And if the people who don't have, they can ask. Now the government is giving. So now we have asked for every shift, because in the morning shift when the equipment technician is there, everything goes on well. In the evening and at night, then the problems happen with the equipment. So equipment technician and 1 biomedical engineer, which is usually on call of the hospital, who looks after all the trauma center ICUs. So he's always, his number is there, that is very important. Then group D staff, which is support staff, like ward boys, sanitization, so 4. And a very important is security, because of the issues which can happen anytime. So 1 per shift, that means 4. So like that, and a data entry operator. Usually the medical colleges are the part of the SNCUs. So we have 2 data entry operator because we have 2 ICUs. So, and then of course we have like SRCs as there. So then the training managers and all that part of the SRC. And if you have a milk bank, then the lactation, the milk bank manager, the lact technician, which will do all the tests, and the lactation counselors, they are the ancillary part. So we are like blessed to have a lot of lactation counselors and milk bank for the last 6 years. So this minimum team will be required.
What is that number, by the way? Lactation counselors?
Sir, in KGMU?
Yep.
So we are having 13 lactation counselors.
13. For how many deliveries?
So we are having 25 to 30 deliveries per day.
Per day, which means approximately 10,000 a year.
So 24 hours there is a lactation counseling is available, and even in cesarean section we have early initiation 60% rates,
Okay.
40 to 60%.
Okay. And of course we don't forget follow-up clinic also.
Yes, sir.
You need
Yes, sir.
people, psychologists, occupational
So for
therapists,
that, I would like to
physiotherapists.
say, if we have a fellowship course, like we don't have a DM course, but if you have a fellowship course and we have that SR posted in the unit who is taking care for the whole year, then it makes it more easy. So like the past fellows, they take care of those clinics even if I'm not there. So then those people are very important, and they play a very integral part in doing a very structured follow-up clinic. So that can make it very easy.
Right. So whole lot of people, different
Yes, sir.
kinds of people, and not only just people,
And sir,
but
this going back is an option also with us. But then in medical colleges, there are multidisciplinary babies which we have saved by different team approach, genetic problems, syndromes, and everything. But many times when we send them back, we also tried sending them back. The level of care, the infections, the outcomes were not very satisfactory, and the patient came back कि आप प्लीज़ मैडम वापस ले लीजिए बिकॉज वो जो वहाँ पे
कहाँ
माहौल
भेजा
देखते
आपने?
हैं,
कहाँ भेजा?
SNCU the close
अच्छा, districts में वापस
just to
भेजा।
complete the antibiotics, and because some ventriculitis is there, 6 weeks antibiotics have to be there, so there are only 14 beds with the mothers, so like how can we just make a forward flow?
So how do we, address that situation? Because was Dr. Nupma is saying that we need to develop two-way referral, and then you are bringing up the real challenges that we face, that there is suddenly drop in quality of care.
Sir, but then this, if this baked in a very structured way and a good communication between those people, this program is not happening. We tried to do it like readmission and everything, but अगर government level पे, program level पे ये हो जाएगा, तो हम outbound और ले सकते हैं. Because inbound तो हमें लेना हमें लेने ही लेने हैं. Outbounds we have to restrict anyway.
No. My question was that you said that you send the babies to the a level lower, let's say SNCU, and then there is a drop in quality, right? And therefore the patients are not satisfied, and some of them come back, and some of them must be dying or worsening also.
Yes.
And that's a very common scenario and very important situation. That how do you ensure that there is continuity of care, one,
Yes, sir.
and there is trust in the patients that we care.
Yeah.
So what are the measures that we can take?
Yes, sir. One idea came in our mind. There is a district residency posting in which our own districts JR2s are always posted in all the same SNCUs over these areas. So our residents can communicate to them. So we thought of doing that, but we are not started doing this.
Right. So
So level
Dr.
of
Anupma
care
is
is
saying
improved
something?
after that this DRP posting. So level of care is definitely improved at district hospitals. But government or ourselves or our NNF also, our policy is strengthening the level 3 NICU. I think we should work for level 2 and level 1 also. तो there should be a combined effort. सब level पे अगर सर काम होगा, तब ऊपर वाले का थोड़ा सा काम कम होगा और अच्छा भी होगा.
Are you saying that, Dr. Anupma, कि भाई हम level 3 कर रहे हैं, तो we serve as the apex of that entire system that is providing care, and that that apex has got level 1, level 2, level 3, and patients are seamlessly, the entire thing is working as a team, and we are seamlessly working in that system, going up and down. I think Ashish is nodding.
I disagree with that, because the government, the NNF, everyone is focusing on capacity building of level 2. Even what norms ma'am said, those norms do not exist for the government. So we have the IPHS standards which are solely for level 2. So they're okay for the nursing staff, they have the similar ratios like she said. But the moment you come to the resident staff, the consultant, that particular is for the district hospitals basically. So we don't have anything beyond level 2.
So what you are bringing up a very important issue,
so
that
the
you
level
have
3 capacity building is not at all there at any level.
Right. So what you are saying is that you have norms for level 2. When you are envisaging level 3, then you have to have norms that are far more better than what we have level 2. So therefore the nurses numbers or the faculty numbers or the ratios, the numbers that you are proposing or have been proposed in level 2 would not be enough for level 3. So quick question, and then I'll wind up, and I'm so sorry that the time is falling short. To Jai Krishan, and Jai Krishan actually happens to be my cousin. And I was confused, and therefore I became pediatrician, and further confused, and therefore I became neonatologist, and he followed the footsteps. So Jai Krishan, you are heading, wearing two hats. One, a medical college running DM program, heading the department, and another running a very large private hospital setup, right? So if a private medical college were to establish a level 3 service, what would be its consideration? Do we only go for ventilated babies, or combination of ventilated plus non-ventilated babies? Can you have MNCU? And most of these babies would be outborn babies, so what happens to the mother? Are you comfortable with the kind of packages that Ayushman offers, and you would be happy providing services at both the setups, you know?
Right. So, ma'am, both of them are from a government medical college, and you are providing an idealistic services. So,
Just give your,
congratulations to them.
forget government sector,
So,
just give your perspective.
Yeah, so I would like to tell the real story. So, private medical college, basically the first aim is to run a program, academic program, and the patients are for running that academic program. So there is a basic requirement provided by the apex body to run that program, and that's probably 15 to 20 beds NICU they require to run a pediatric and neonatology course of NICU. Now the splitting of those NICUs is not clear in that requirement. That's the first basic requirement. The second is how big the NICU would be in private medical college. Obviously will depend upon how big a population it is catering, which is again very much diluted in the recent modification. So earlier it was that in so much of the area you can have one medical college, but now you can have n number of colleges in a given area. So you will not have a defined catchment area from where you will have patients. So it depends upon the faculty, the prestige of the hospital, the inborn load.
Personal influence, the influence of the...
So generally they have 20 to 30 beds in ICU. So that's the bed strength you wanted from me. The second question you wanted was whether it's feasible to run an MNCU in a private medical college. Yeah, it is feasible, but there are few challenges. The first challenge is creating an NICU-like environment in a mother rooming in area, because in an Indian circumstances, families and visitors will visit the NICU, visit the baby once the NICU door is opened. Though we want family-centric NICU, but then it becomes society-centric NICU. It doesn't only leads to family-centric NICU. So there are restrictions in which you can provide, up till what limit you can provide the care in those MNCUs. The second is that, as you said, that majority of these babies are sponsored by the government schemes, Ayushman or RGHS or CGHS. What my personal experience is, and it's not documented anywhere, once you keep the babies in MNCUs for antibiotic completion or for feeding or for weight gain, some of them abscond in the middle of the night, and there's no person standing outside to stop them, and the reimbursement by the government scheme is forfeited for those babies. So that's another challenge. And then
why the family is absconding?
So it's a complicated story. So the society will then. so once you, I would not say, but once you start providing free services to the, few people do not realize that this is what it is required. Okay. So for example, a baby 1450 gram, mother is working, father is working, whole family is in the agriculture, and you say stay till baby is 1600 gram or 1800 gram, how much you convince, it doesn't matter. They ultimately say my baby is feeding and I want to go home. And you pressurize them, and then in the middle of the night they disappear. So this has happened a lot from our MNCUs when we ship the baby there. So then the college says, or the administration says, that the money or the scheme money has obviously will not be reimbursed for those babies. So those are two challenges which I feel is in running an MNCU setup.
So those are valid points, and I could relate to the points because I have heard it from this thing, and it's the simple, perhaps this is one of the this was perhaps my interpretation based on the conversations that I had, is that it's the economics for the family. You stay beyond 7 days and lose the wages, or a baby who's seem to be walking, laughing and talking, you still stay for so-called weight gain and lose the wages further. These doctors, whatever they are doing, we can better do at home, and even if we do not do home, we can't afford to lose wages. So maybe those things are operating there. Okay, so I stop there, and if there are any one-liners or one comment from each one of you, including the chairman and chairwoman, chairpersons, and and the experts. That's Dr. Satvik?
Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry I missed you. Dr. Satvik, do you have any comment? You wish to say something? perhaps need to wind up because it's 2:20.
Sir, the only thing from my perspective as I see, because
let me ask the question that I plan to ask you is that as a young faculty, and let's say you were to take up neonatology, or someone a new one. Satvik, are you DM neonatology?
No,
No?
sir.
So let's say you were to venture into neonatology, a level 3 neonatology. Then what is the kind of training that you envisage? That I need to be trained in these areas to be able to manage the babies that require level 3 care.
Sir, from the point of view of training of the young faculty, I guess point of care ultrasounds, as well as for a level 3 care, point of care ultrasounds, as well as advanced ventilation, as well as neuroprotection. These are all important. But strictly from the point of view of medical college, like from where I am working, I always believed that it was infrastructure which was primarily important. When I joined college 8 years back.
And when you are talking about infrastructure, I presume that you are talking about
I'm talking
HR
about
well.
machines, basically, ventilators, monitors, and whatnot.
Okay.
So
not
when,
HR?
Sir?
Not HR?
HR,
sir,
human
HR
resource.
as well.
Okay,
yes,
HR
sir.
as well.
But at that particular point, the primary problem we had was of these machines. We did not have a working ventilator in the NICU, which was providing a district level 3 care. It was the referral center, and this was 8 years back when I joined. So that was primarily concerning at that point. Now, when we have around 15 ventilators after 8 years, so infrastructure has gone out of the window. Still, the response of the unit, or sorry, the outcome of the babies is not as dramatically improved as it should have been. And probably that made me realize that it is the people and the process. So we need to have processes that are, or the protocols or the standards that are maintained round the clock and followed, as well as we need to develop certain resources for the people to develop competencies. Like we have ventilators, but we don't have people who can teach the residents how to work the ventilators. We have HFOs, but no experienced consultant who can work on HFO. So until and unless we develop the competencies and we develop the processes so that those competencies can be transferred to people, still having a level 3 care will just be on a paper, it will not become a reality.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank
no
you,
one-liners
Satvik,
can be taken anymore.
Sorry?
No one-liners can
no
be taken.
No one-liners, and over to both the chairpersons. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is this allowed?
Only say thank you.
Thank you. Okay, but I want to still say one thing, and that is that I think needless to say that level 3 NICUs have a very, very important and a crucial role in saving babies. We must still remember that we are somewhere pathologizing care. We need to physiologize it. So I think we always need to remember that, because why a baby is needing invasive, why, all that. So just in
Yes.
that short.
No,
Yeah,
we will take examples.
At lunchtime.
Yes, during lunch discussion. Yes, my friend Dr.
Thank you all the
Karthik.
speakers. Very nice session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just a group photograph over there. आप इधर से आके ले लो group photograph. Next session is on fire safety. It is very, very important for all of us. And for that, I wish to invite our chairperson, Dr. Lok Bhandari, expert Dr. Somshekhar Nimbalkar, moderator shall be Dr. Kamaldeep Arora. Panelists are Dr. Lalan, Dr. Amneet, Dr. Om Chaurasia, who has joined online, and Dr. Sandeep Gupta. To set the stage on fire, we have a young and fiery
Thank you for telling
Dr.
me.
Kamal.
Thank you for still saying me young.
आग लगी हुई स्टमक में क्या?
So we will take only 14 minutes. 14? Okay, 11 minutes. So for this fire safety module, I know some people have gone through this fire in the NICUs and they must be actually worried that what has happened. So as in the morning session, Dr. Girish told that I vow for that we do no harm and we do good. And he had an incident of fire in the incubator and he remembers for his whole life. So we don't want such incidents to be remembered. And efficiency and effectiveness, he told, so we are efficient to evacuate at that time, so to prevent at that time. So what all we can do is, so for this I'll call my panelists, Dr. Lalan Bharti sir, Dr. Pratimanand ma'am, Dr. Om Shankar Chaurasia, he is joining online, Dr. Om Shankar from Jhansi, and Dr. Amneet Kaur from Ludhiana. And experts are already sitting there. So sorry sir.
I don't know why I'm an expert. I don't. The reason I think there are people who are the panelists because सबके यहाँ पे कभी आग लग चुकी है. Is that correct? They don't know that कि मेरे NICU में भी आग लग चुकी है.
Oh.
So in 2005 we had a very big fire, and my current NICU is because of that fire it got completely renovated. So coincidence.
So I didn't knew that, but in 2024 we had a fire incident in Jhansi. Dr. Om Chaurasia is already sitting there. Welcome, sir. And we had a fire in Delhi also, in Delhi Newborn Center, so they must have been through a traumatic incident actually. So recent fire incidents highlight the vulnerability of oxygen-rich environment. They emphasize need for standardized fire safety protocols in NICU, which we don't have right now. We have some NABS standards, we have other standards. A detailed risk assessment is essential for identifying the possible source of ignition, accidents, and the vulnerabilities. So the objective of this would be to minimize the fire risk in the NICU. I think we should not minimize, we should not have any fire incident in the NICU. Ensure that there is staff preparedness and structured response. This module has been prepared and complied with the Ministry of Health, Family Welfare, NABH, IPHS standards, and NBC standards, National Building Code standards. So my first question is to Dr. Lalan Bharti sir. What are the possible risk factors that can lead to fire in the neonatal units?
So thank you. Before we start, I must congratulate you and your team for bringing this module. Thank you and congratulations all. So an ICU is not just like the other ICU because here the babies are there. They cannot move if there is a fire incident. And there is a oxygen-rich environment because of lots of oxygen cylinders are there, oxygen concentrator are there, then oxygen-based hand sanitizer, lots of things are there. Then this pipeline, if there is any pipeline, if there is any minor leak, that can lead to the fire. Then there is certain electrical load. At a time, so many equipments are running simultaneously 24/7, continuous warmer, ventilator, then monitor. Then all these are plugged in a single this thing. And also there are many faulty wirings, old damaged wirings, all these can, and then also the consumables. That is also the source of the fire. They can get fire very quickly.
So the main source of fire in both the incidents was the electrical. Both the sources. So one was oxygen concentrator and one was a spark which a cylinder was kept nearby.
And also the human errors, lack of training, right? And all these smoking, that is not allowed, but sometimes happens that they can use some smoking there and here, careless, this thing, electrical use, and then inadequate staff training. They got panic during the fire, so unable to evacuate the baby.
So that is, we come to the evacuation at that time. So inadequate staff training would be a very, very important part of it. So that are the reasons for the fire. So a NICU environment, vulnerable babies, we have oxygen-rich environment, we have oxygen concentrators, so many things, oxygen, and phototherapy units and warmers. So everything is vulnerable for the short circuiting. Inadequate training, how to actually handle it. So my next question would be Dr. Amneet Kaur. She has actually done a lot work on this model for the last 2 months actually. So what are the measures which should be taken to prevent fire in the NICU, Dr. Amneet?
Thank you, sir, for the question. Good afternoon, all. I would like to answer this question in 4 parts. So, first one being the infrastructure safety, second is oxygen and equipment safety, then comes the electrical safety, and then the housekeeping and storage. So, coming on to infrastructure, uh, we need to install smoke and heat detectors with alarms. It could be visual or audible alarms. Then sprinkler and clean agent suppression systems must be there in NICUs. Then fire extinguishers, they should be installed with a distance of at least 15 to 20 meters outside the NICU in the corridor. So we mostly use ABC type of fire extinguisher in NICUs, since most of the fire caused in NICUs are due to electrical or flammable liquids and gases. Then coming on to the layout and materials infrastructure point, while setting up a new NICU unit, some few points need to be kept in mind, like there should be open spaces around the NICU building. That means there should be a space at least, the gate of the NICU building should be at least 6 meter wide, so that in case of fire, there should be access to the fire brigade or the fire safety vehicle can come inside. Then there should be a corridor outside an ICU that should be at least 2.5 meter wide. Then fire resistant walls and furniture. For already existing facilities, we can make the fire resistant walls and furniture by using paints that are low volatile paints. We can use water based paints rather than using oil based paints that emit less of toxic fumes. Then certain materials which can be used while constructing the unit, that are masonry, hardwoods and solid concrete elements. They are preferred due to the higher fire resistance. Then NICU units should be compartmentalized, like to contain the fire. Compartmentalization should be there. So partitions can be made in the existing facilities. Partition can be made with the help of we use that POPs or just concrete, solid concretes. We can make the partitions. So they
which are fire resistant materials?
Yes, those are the fire resistant.
Are mentioned in that guideline.
The guidelines. So this is just a gist of it. The whole guidelines is there with you.
So they should have at least 2-hour rated fire rating. That means whenever fire happens, they should not collapse before 120 minutes. So that is 2-hour fire rating. There should be automatic closing doors which should open in the way of exit. Then there should be proper ventilation to prevent gas buildup. One more thing I will add, that we should avoid false ceilings. Then coming on to the equipment and oxygen safety, all the equipment should be ISI certified, and there should be regular maintenance audits for the equipments. There should be proper labeling, and also for oxygen supply, there should be oxygen valves that should be put outside the NICU. In case of fire, they should be immediately shut off.
Has anybody seen the oxygen valves in the NICU? कहाँ पे लगा हुआ है बाहर? No, I think very few people will know that. कि oxygen valves can be closed. Yeah.
Then oxygen cylinder safety. For oxygen cylinder safety, we should actually avoid placing oxygen cylinders inside the NICU. Only the required one. At least one can be placed, but that should also be with very caution. We can place the cylinders from the distance from electrical panels or switchboards. Then regarding electrical safety,
this is the important electrical safety. This is the current which starts actually the fire.
So in detail, wiring standards have been mentioned in the module, but we should use fire resistant low smoke halogen free copper wiring as per the ISI standards. So minimum wire diameter they have mentioned is 2.5 square millimeter for the sockets. Then they should be concealed in fire retardant conduits, like PVC conduits can be used for wiring. Then faulty cables and plugs must be replaced immediately. They should not be taped or repaired, but they should be replaced immediately. Then load management for per NICU bed, as per the guidelines given by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, that per NICU bed should be given maximum of 2 to 2.5 kilowatts.
Then there should be provision of RCCBs and MCBs for prevention of short circuits, dedicated circuits for life support equipment should be there, and UPS backup for critical care devices should be there.
So the thickness of the wire is important. Faulty has to be repaired immediately. No extensions have to be used. That's a basic thing.
One thing, there should be a distance between electrical boards or switchboards or electrical panels and the oxygen valves that are. At least they should be with the distance of 1 meter. Then these are the guidelines or the audit checklist for earthing. So for the sockets, they should use hospital grade spark proof sockets, and all NICU equipment must be individually earthed, and regular earthing testing should be done, which should be less than 1 ohm per resistance. Then isolated power systems are recommended.
Has anybody checked the earthing system in the NICUs? It's always, there's a problem with the earthing system. हाँ मुस्कान से भी गाइडलाइंस मैम हमने लिए हैं इसमें. So there was earthing system कितना deep जाना है, वो 1.5 meter deep करके छोड़ देते हैं. Yeah, it is not checked basically. So when we put an echo machine and we do an echo, उसमें earthing के disturbance आने लगते हैं. They say सर आपकी earthing अच्छी नहीं हुई है. वहाँ से हमें पता चला कि earthing. Then we got a pit done again. So we point of care. हाँ echo machine blank हो जाता है.
Coming on to the last point, but that is important too. There should be minimal storage of spirit-based or disinfectant, or chlorine-based disinfectants, and linen also should be kept as much as the requirement would be. Then clutter-free corridors and exits should be there, so that in case of fire there should be no stampede near the exit points. Then regular cleaning using non-flammable cleaning agents should be done, and equipment placement should be 1 meter clearance around the electrical panels, oxygen valves and fire extinguisher. And monthly housekeeping audits must be done.
I think we don't check the housekeeping audits. The staff checks it. We believe that it is right actually. That's the point. Okay.
Even if the central line is there, nursery में वो अभी भी oxygen cylinder बड़े-बड़े रखते हैं. That is one source of the fire.
Yeah, that's the basic source. That's how it blasted actually.
Yeah.
And so oxygen source. Yeah. So next question, Dr. Pratima, what policies should be made for fire prevention in the NICUs? So
yeah, I think policies should be in sync with whatever Amit has told, that preventive measures. So what we have done, we did have 1 or 2 short circuits in our NICU also, and after that we have made all the points as per the headings, that what should be the housekeeping. We have checked, got the earthing checked and all. So all those should be in place. Apart from that, what we have done is we have contacted, every hospital should have a fire safety department or a unit where they should actually come and demonstrate the symbols which are commonly used. All the staff should be aware of the policies and the signages which are there for the department. So these are some of the examples which are given in the manual. One can go through what is the danger sign, what is a smoking, no smoking zone, what does oxygen imply, what is oxygen concentrator imply. And same with the evacuation. There are clear-cut guidelines by the fire safety department and also by the national guidelines that green and white should be used for exit. Clearly exit boards should be there depicted, because during the time of fire there is a panic.
yeah, there is smoke which we can't see, so they have to glow, and there has to be 2 dual level, up and the low. So you can see either the up or the low, and the glow lines, जैसे जहाज में बोलते हैं, there are पट्टियाँ बनी हैं. Glow in the dark signs,
Glow in the dark signs should be there. And evacuation route should be clearly defined, and the key for the evacuation should be actually accessible, and the door to evacuation should be accessible to everybody. Equipments and all नहीं लगाने हैं वहाँ पे. And how to use the fire extinguisher, apart from daily regular monitoring and regular audits and regular training of the staff, we should also have pictorial depiction of how to use the fire extinguisher. So these are some of the signages I think which we use.
Yeah.
And at the exit, there should be the emergency light, because the light will go.
Light will go off. So that happened with Dr. Chaurasia. He told us this is the same point. Yeah, there was a panic at that time. Dr. Chaurasia, any specific?
I think I am thinking about whatever we see the path in aeroplanes, so we should have a radiant strip in the floor, because in fire, if fire is a lot much, then there is totally blackout of room. So there should be, I think, I am just thinking, whatever we see in aeroplane, there are 2 strips for exit. So our NICU should also there, because a lot of fire or dark out, we follow these strips for exit.
Yes, very important, sir.
about mock drills. Every 3 months we should be having mock drills, proper mock drills with loudspeakers and proper
So
evacuation
practice,
plans.
practice, practice,
And
theory.
documentation also, that is we are missing.
Yeah. Yeah, we are coming to that point. We're coming. The next question is that only. Next question is that one. So, so regular mock drills have to happen. Auditing should happen. So next question, Dr. Om Shankar. Elaborate.
Yes,
Can you elaborate some of the few evacuation protocols in case the fire happens?
yes. So thank you, sir. First of all, my heartfelt thanks to NNF for timely and compassionate support during my hardship in Jhansi. Your help has given me strength while I am still dealing with consequences of fire incidents. Thank you, Amit sir, for giving me such opportunities. So first, we follow the race, that is rescue safely, removal anyone immediate dangers from fire. A for alarm alerts others by sounding and calling emergency services. Third is confine, contain the fire by closing doors, windows to prevent therefore spreading. And four, extinguish or evacuate. If fire is small, then use extinguisher. If fire is large, so you please evacuate immediately. So second, evacuate high risk neonate first. For evacuation, you can use transport incubator, bassinet, warm wraps, and whatever you have at this emergency time. So we have two type of fire in NICU. First, if there is fire contained or not. If there is fire contained and in a small area, just use a fire extinguisher. If fire is large, then move infant to safely area according to our zone. So there are three zones. Immediate zone is evacuate the infant who are nearest to the fire first. Second, adjacent zone, that is moderate risk. Then evacuate infants from moderate zone. And third is for remote zone. You can safely vacate this newborn at last. So as we discussed, there should be always a room adjacent to, that is backup room for newborn. I think in those who are setting up new NICU, there should be two types of areas. First is the safe area, open area, and second is always there is possibility to some backup room to shift this newborn. Third, what are the role and responsibilities? Yes, role and responsibilities to every one person. An ICU in charge, she should see the compliance and supervision. Fire officer, this is very difficult, that in our all an ICU there fire officer assignment is very difficult. So whatever we do, designate your 3 ward boys as a fire officer, train them monthly. Okay, how will your response during fire, because it is very difficult practically to assign a fire officer in an ICU. So use your ward voice. Third, nurses and support, evacuation and safety measures. All nurses, all persons are responsible, not doctors, not nurses. This is responsibility of ward voice, sweepers also at this emergency situation. So it is a mandatory to assign or employ any even sweeper that he or she must know the fire safety measures. And emergency response, yes, just raise the alarm, shut oxygen and power supply safely. So it is a now, as sir told, we should know where is our main panel for oxygen supply close, and where is the power supply, the
Power
main
supply.
switch, where is that? And use extinguisher, yes, if there is, you are safe. If you are unsafe, fire is large, then please don't use extinguisher, just evacuate newborn and call fire brigade at last.
Thank you, Doctor.
So management, yes.
It was
One
actually
thing,
thoughtful actually.
So फायर ऑफिसर
yeah.
होता है कहीं क्या? I don't think कि फायर ऑफिसर गवर्नमेंट में तो कहीं भी
हमारे
नहीं है और
हमारे
सर,
प्राइवेट.
एक्चुअली अभी जो नए उसमें ना हम लोगों ने कहा कि सब जगह एक कॉलेज में कम से कम एक फायर ऑफिसर, ये फायर वालों का है कि एक ऑफिसर अपॉइंट करें, अभी हुए नहीं है लेकिन उनका है सर.
फायर सेफ्टी
फायर
every
ऑफिसर
college
है
there
हमारे,
must be 3
बट
fire
उसको
officers round the clock. अभी नहीं तो सर आगे होंगे सर, वो मिनिस्ट्री की गाइडलाइन दे रहे हैं सर स्टेट हमारी.
So the key messages is, sir, we are on time. The key message is prevention is the first line of defense. Oxygen plus fire is like a rocket launch. So remember that. Baby first and then the equipment. Don't think कि मैं ventilator निकालूं, अपना warmer निकालूं. Pick up the baby and you can run one by one. Don't rely on memory during panic. Practice matters actually. So उस time पे इधर से आना नहीं पता लगेगा. And once you open the door, door is locked. डोर लॉक्ड है, जैम्ड है, आगे वो पुराना फोटोथेरेपी मशीन्स पड़ा, यू विल नेवर गेट दोस आउट फ्रॉम देयर. Drills definitely help. Vigilance and preparedness saves lives. Rapid response is obviously the crucial point, and safe NICU is always the teamwork and the awareness. So that is my key point on that. Sir,
few points to make. One is, I think if you noted all the points that I said, many of the things are actually done during building, during construction of the
Yeah.
NICU. So out of 100 points, if you want to do, 70% of the points are actually during construction. 20% of the points are in your protocols, processes, जो आप rules बनाते
so when the next room बनता है तो उसमें समझते हैं सब कि ये problem आया. So that's very valid point,
only
sir.
10% remains on human intervention. So most of the things to be done when the building is being constructed. Journal of Neonatology में इस edition में नवंबर में there's a nice article from AIMS Nagpur which talks about fire safety. I don't know if you're aware, but ये fire safety वाला article and what they have done in their own NICU, how they have kind of NICU में अपने NICU में क्या करना चाहिए, so protocols processes they have made, so you can kind of utilize those protocols which are there. There's another way of assessing buildings. So when you like hospital, not only NICU, there's something called as FRAME, which is Fire Risk Assessment Method Engineering. And इसमें सबसे ज़्यादा स्कोर NICU का ही आता है. So that is one of the most places across all departments.
Because we have more equipments there actually. The
So
warmer is the main thing actually.
So we actually are the most at highest risk of fire across all the one of the most important departments. So that's something which we can utilize for our own hospitals. If you're working in a hospital, maybe you should get that assessment done. So otherwise, I think well done and very useful.
Sir, another aspect which we have not touched, I believe, is medico-legal component or aspect of it. Doctors are the softest targets, and at every instance, the blame is being put on the doctors. So the role is very important that we have to comply with law of the land, but at the same time, we have to strengthen our associations. And there is what Dr. Om Chaurasia also said, ki Amit was very helpful, as NNF was helpful. So everybody has to be member of NNF, IAP and local IMA. And at local level of medical associations, we should have response teams. We should be proactively participating in that, because in the instances, past instances in Delhi and all, a poor doctor who was not even present at the site, he has been booked under all those innumerable sections not related to the incident also. Yeah. While electrical short circuiting or the locality infrastructure, poor infrastructure in the area, the electrical supplies in the area, or the civic matters, there are so many other aspects in that unfortunate incident of a fire.
Definitely,
But
sir,
the blame has been
important.
put only on a doctor.
Very important, sir. As Dr. Girish also told in the morning that he said, I am responsible for the baby who died in the incubator because there was a short circuit in there. So that trauma goes on for whole life that we are doing. And that's what Dr. Om said, and Dr. Sandeep would be doing the same issues.
And we have to follow, when we are running a NICU or something, we follow the law of the land, ensure all compliances are in place, all due permissions are there, and no unauthorized. We should not be crossing the line and not putting extra beds in a small areas or violating the basic norms. But once we are following the norms and there is a due accreditation, at least the association will also be bound to defend the center.
While we assess even the NICU, so during assessment, like during the accreditation, so electrical should be taken as the important point and the exit points.
And for evacuation, there must be one area, emergency, area. And that is in our accreditation process. If you are constructing another new NICU, then there should be one area in case of emergency where you can keep the baby. And all the circuit, everything should be there.
Definitely.
So in the RNIC which got burned down, one of the warmers caught fire. The nurses and residents evacuated all the babies. So none of the babies remained, but the baby under that warmer which caught fire had a few burns. It has 1.4 kg baby sepsis. It died after about 15 days because of sepsis, etc. And there was a court case related to that itself. It went on for 10 years and ultimately nothing happened, but you have to kind of face that for a long period of time. Luckily, no other baby was, and like the resident had sustained burns on his hand because he picked up the baby from the burning wall. Those things happen.
I'd like to thank NNF, Dr. Amit sir, Dr. Manoj sir, and my panelists and experts for giving that time. And so we'll be doing some corrections and then we're finally publishing this manual, sir. Thank you, sir. All up to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal and all panelists for finishing in time. Please pull over here for a group photograph. Okay, Rima.
Amit, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Amit,
Yes, Dr.
can I say
Ashish.
something?
Yes, Dr. Ashish. Dr. Ashish Prakash is online. Yes.
A very good thing which can be done is a specific fire audit. There are companies doing fire audits, and which a very important instrument in that audit is thermography. Thermography is like a thermometer which was being used in the COVID, and this can be put against each and every outlet socket, so that if it shows a diagram, if it is heating up, and if it is heating up, you know there is a short circuit or there is a overload. So it is a very good instrument to be having for detecting overheating of circuits, overloading of circuits before actual fire happen. So I think this instrument can be procured. It is not very expensive as far as. So this can be incorporated. I think you can mention it in the module also to have audits with thermography of circuits and sockets.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish. Thank you very much for your insightful comments. Now, I would request Dr. Jeeva Shankar, who is a very avid researcher, faculty at AIMS, New Delhi. We all look up to him for his excellent research and research methodology. I would like to invite chairpersons Dr. Girish Gupta sir and Dr. Rajesh Mehta sir on stage to chair this session. Thank you.
Looking at the hour at which we are assembled here, I think everyone knows Jeeva. If you know Jeeva, everyone knows. So I can't introduce him beyond what you know. So, so Jeeva is our champion in research methodology and actually has contributed to global level research as well as national. So we are pleased to have him here and speak to us about in our day-to-day practice how research can be organized. Jeeva, over to you for your lecture.
Sorry for the. जीवा सर Thank you, everyone. I think the last batsman, I possibly preventing you from lunch as well. But maybe 10-15 minutes, I have been asked to talk about, briefly talk about the role of NNF in maternal newborn research. So, without further ado, I will just go to the maybe the file is heavy. Okay, so I'll start with something which is I want everyone to know. So this is a book which is recently released. 50 studies every neonatologist must know. This is edited by Susain and Roger Saul, who is from the Cochrane Group, Barbara Schmidt of CapTrial, and Haresh Kriplani. And what I just wanted to know, want to highlight is the 50 studies include beta ROP, cap trial, peanut trial, sail trial, support top, and so on and so forth. But what is interesting and what is unfortunate is that no studies by Indian researchers who have done studies in India. And I think that's something which we should reflect upon. And I also looked at, this is the NNF website in which I just looked at the advanced module of learning from the legends. And I see 7 YouTube videos were there and were again from India. So no, we don't consider ourselves as legends. I don't know whether we are not sure about ourselves or maybe we are not doing some extraordinary work. I think that needs reflection from both from the whoever is organizing as well as who is doing research. I think that with that said, the question is why. So what I'll do is why we need a strong research ecosystem in India. So because of the numbers, because of the diversity, because of the unique challenges. And what is the current status of research in India? Briefly, I will talk about that. How is NNF uniquely positioned to showcase, to improve the neonatal research in India? And I will also talk about what could be the possible weaknesses and how we can improve upon them. And the last part of is the operational part, what we can do as NNF, what we can do. So the immediate and short-term some measures and long-term measures, long-term planning. So that's what I'll do. So first part is a why. So if you look at the births, of course, this is the SRS 2023, the crude birth rate. So crude birth rate of India is 18.4 and the population of 2023 was 1.44 billion. That means we have 26.5 million live births annually. We all know that. Interestingly, Australia's population is 26.5 million. That means we produce one Australia every year. We produce one Australia. And that's the magnitude of the live births which we are looking at. And what about the neonatal deaths? If you look at the deaths, this is from the HME website. We started at like very high, more than 2 million deaths in 1990s every year, if you look at that. And then we currently about 400,000 neonatal deaths every year. 400,000 neonatal deaths in India alone every year. And we contribute more than half of the regional South Asian regional neonatal deaths and about 18% of the global neonatal deaths. That means 1 in 6 or 1 in 5 to 6 neonatal deaths in the whole world is actually an Indian unit. And with the current progress, this is again from IHME. So we know SDG goal is the target is 12 by 2030. With the current rate, with this progress, we'll reach only 12.1. We'll just miss the SDG target. And more importantly, the mortality is not uniform across the country. If you look at Kerala, it's 35 per 1,000 live births. This is the infant mortality, of course. The SRS bulletin gives only the infant mortality. And you just look at the next MP, Madhya Pradesh is 37. So you have a range from 5 to 37, and of course, 2 other states are lying on 37 per 1,000 live births. That means you have about 7-fold difference. So one is 5 and another is 37. So 7-fold difference in infant mortality rate between the best performing states and the performing states that are not performing well. So that I think that makes a case for neonatal research And this we did about a decade ago. Neonatal research in India, we did a systematic review to look at the status, challenges, and the way forward. And what we found was, if you look at the study designs by that is the last 10 years. So if you look at the study designs, predominantly cross-sectional and descriptive. So more than 1/3 are only descriptive. Randomized control trials only are 18%, systematic reviews is 3%, but of course now systematic reviews would have, after COVID I find that everybody is doing systematic review. And that is again, I'm not sure whether there's a good thing or bad thing, but still something like implementation research, basic science research, in interventional trial, they are not to be there. And mostly observation studies, as I mentioned. And if you look at funded versus non-funded studies, only 20%, 22.6% are funded studies. More than 70% of studies are not funded. So that means we are not applying for funding, or we are applying and we are not able to secure funding, and that's again a big area of concern. Without that, we cannot do multicentric studies, and we cannot do studies that will actually provide answers that will change the clinical practice. And that is reflected in the journals in which we publish. 80% of the articles published by us only published in journals with an impact factor of less than 2. Therefore, we need to improve our research ecosystem. Now, how NNF can facilitate that? So NNF, this is the website, and I saw it's beautiful. I can see this, so much has changed. I can see that more than 10,000, we are a team of more than 10,000 neonatologists, pediatricians, nurses and trainees. We are present in every state, every tertiary center, medical college and district hospitals. We work with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, ICMO, WHO, UNICEF, and we have experience in running every program what we can, newborn week, QA programs, guidelines, training programs. So we are doing well. And what about the research activities? We start from national resuscitation programs to, this is one of the earliest ones in the National Neonatal Parental Database, Vision 2002. Still, for many diseases, for the incidents, we have to go back to 20 years data. AIMS was the nodal center, and supported by ICMR, and of course NNF played a key role in this to bring people together. Now, I have just given an example of one activity, but of course, what are the other activities which we do? So we have award papers, the national and state conferences, we have free papers, we have abstracts, we promote research in that way. Of course, we have a new social neonatology award for the last few years. That's really prize worthy. Then we, of course, the Journal of Neonatology, in which we publish original articles and reviews. And the one thing which we have done in the last 10 years or so is the clinical practice guidelines. It's not necessarily related to research yet, but this, again, systematic review and then grade and then looking at this clinical practice. So these are evidence-based guidelines. So I'm still counting them under the research activities. So we have, for most clinical conditions, we have now clinical practice guidelines, and that's really a welcome development. And for COVID, our guidelines, evidence-based guidelines, was really, among all the international guidelines, this was considered to be one of the most evidence-based guidelines. We worked with other organizations, including IAP and FOXI. This is one of the collaborations which with Obstetrics and Gynecologic Society of India. And we also conduct research methodology workshops of newborn neonatologists or pediatricians. We have the best minds, research minds. And we have multiple research methodology workshops conducted in the last 5 years. And recently, journal clubs have been initiated. I heard they're well attended and they are doing well. But what we can do better? So one issue which I can think of is the changing leadership. Every year we have a new president. The problem is there's a new team, so the consistency in activities. So it's difficult to bring consistency because every team wants to do something different. So that's an inherent problem. So I'm not sure whether we can do anything about it. I'll just give some solutions to that. We'll come to that later. But that's an inherent problem. Now, fellowships, NNF fellowships, and then we have IAP fellowships. And I just looked at the NNF website. This is based on the according to the website. This is a fellowship qualified doctors by the National Neonatology Forum, and I can see that there are 1,027 fellows who have been awarded fellows by NNF. I don't know in how many years, but this is the official this thing in the website. Now, are we using them adequately for research? I think that's, of course, they're trained in clinical practice, and that's important. There's nobody is denying about the role of clinical care. But are we doing something better than just teaching them some clinical care? I think we need to think about it. The second issue is working in silos. We do whatever we do, but do we have an ongoing and continuing collaboration with FOXI or Ministry of Health and Family Welfare or ICM or other funding agencies or agencies like UNICEF? Do we have ongoing continuous collaboration except for advocacy weeks or other things? We need to have continuous constant talks with them. What about basic science research? We don't do much of bench studies. We don't do animal studies. And without that, it's very difficult to call ourselves. The problem with when we call legends, most of them actually done bench studies and then go on to clinical studies. But we don't do that, and therefore that we really lack in this field, basic science research. Of course, it's not a fault of NNF, but NNF can facilitate. Now, funding, of course, again, is not in the hands of NNF. Funding, we don't have NNF as such as a body has budget restrictions to fund large trials. But we can think about some ways to address that. Other issue which we don't, as a neonatologist and as a body, we don't focus on is development and follow-up. We don't do studies on follow-up. We don't do much studies on development. And we know that most studies that are published in Lancet or NEGM, their primary outcome is development at 18 to 24 months. Without that, you cannot change the practice. If your primary outcome is not development at 18 to 24 months, or even BPD at 36 weeks and then development at 18 to 24 months, it's unlikely to result in practice change. So if you do just some studies and then see some outcome, unless there's a significant improvement in mortality, which is very unlikely with any new intervention, because already we have reached a saturation point. But without this, if you don't have a development, research on development, then outcome you cannot address, then you cannot even report, then how are you going to publish and how are you going to change the practice? And we don't have any large-scale efforts on this. And so these are some things which, the pitfalls which I can think of, which we need to address. Now, what we can do? Now, immediate, what I can think of is, one is to create a database, a maternal and neonatal database. Key neonatal data, this, of course, many units have the database. That can be just one of any Microsoft Access or any database that is just simple to use, that can actually get a print of discharge also for normal discharges. Can be just, we can ask people, can be made open source and everybody can modify their logos and change the hospital names and then they can use it. And then it gets stored somewhere. That I will come to that. So key neonatal data, maternal morbidities and outcomes, stillbirths. We do not have much data on stillbirths. I think that this is important. Why? I will give an example. This is IHME data in which this is the causes of death of neonatal deaths in India. Causes of neonatal deaths in India. Now, what is surprising is congenital anomalies as a cause of death in 11% of babies. 11% of neonatal deaths is actually due to congenital anomalies as per IHME data. Sepsis is only 4.9%. Can we imagine that congenital anomalies, the death due to congenital anomalies is twice that of sepsis deaths? So no right thing in neonatologists or pediatrician would accept. Even they have, of course, they have problems in the classification because they have separate lower respiratory infection. So even if you add that, it is still amounting to only congenital anomalies. So this is something which seems to be odd because we don't have data set. And that's one thing which we can this is the low-hanging fruit. We have to just sort. What we can do is we can have 30 to 40 hospitals with fellowship. We invest in fellows, just 15 minutes for a fellow to enter data on those babies getting discharged on that day. It will not take more than 15 days. If we can do that, we will have a good data set and then we can publish. That will change the global outcome of the perspective of what Indian babies are actually doing. So that's important. So that's the first one. Second, having national research priorities on newborn health. We have done this multiple times, maybe a decade ago, but right now, I think we need to revise. We need to look at what actually the national research priorities are. We need to have a meeting of stakeholders, including neonatologists, obstetricians, nurses, public health, program managers, and others, all the stakeholders. We need maybe an online meeting followed by a physical meeting to identify the research priorities based on different pre-specified criteria. We can use Chindri or other criteria which WHO or other agencies use. We use that, and then we prioritize the priorities. Next is to have networks. From the database, next step should be have to have a local or regional networks. So it could be like a 10 to 20 tertiary hospitals in a particular region or zone, and then they develop. It could be actually tertiary hospitals as well as district hospitals. And it could be, for example, it could be part of a state or a zonal neocon meetings. Why there should be only talks? There should be 2-hour meeting only for how to develop a network. What should be the common protocol? What should be the common the definitions? Just 2-hour session on this. I think that should be mandatory for zonal or state neocon meetings to develop networks, and that will help in benchmarking within that zone, and that will help people to have the confidence to conduct multi-site studies, whether it is a simple observation studies or trials. That will have the confidence if you have network. Next is best researcher awards. So we give awards to students, but not the researchers. So why not have best researcher awards? So it could be like publications with high impact. So that high impact could be defined as a potential to change practice, or it could be potential to use, or has already been used in national or international guidelines. And this is selected by an independent panel of experts with a pre-specified criteria, and they should be actually felicitated at the national conference. They should be allowed to present their paper, and then there should be discussion on that. I think that should be, this again something which low-hanging fruit. Next is protocol development workshops. We do research methodology workshops, but I think it should translate now to protocol development workshops. We should have a core group of experts. We have enough experts. I think that's the biggest strength of this neonatal group. So we have methodologists, we can have statisticians, we can have a group of experts who will, whenever there is a call for proposal for ICMR, for example, or DBT, or for this ANR of the Anusandhan Research Foundation. So with the call for proposals, we have 2 or 3 meetings. We select, we have a maybe online meeting followed by a physical meeting, in which 6 to 8 proposals which are promising, which could have potentially secure funding. We should sit with them and then refine the research question, the methods, the timeline, the budget, and everything, and then that will help in securing funding. Now, what about long-term issues? That's the short term. Now, what about long-term issues? I think it's time for us to have an energy group, a neonatal research group. I think this is like a steering committee for neonatal research under the umbrella of NNF, but it has a chairperson with 4 to 5 members, and who are not elected, who are selected based on predefined criteria and interviews, and they will have a 3 to 5 year term, and they will have the constitutional support, so that the team changes after 2 years, they are not touched upon. And they will create a roadmap for the next 5 years, next 10 years, next 15 years. I think that's important to have a research group under the umbrella of NNF. Second is to have a plan for research on development and follow-up. I think that's the need of the hour. We need to have a long-term plan. So it has both clinical and research implications. We should develop a capacity building exercises for having developmental pediatricians or psychologists who can do proper development. We need to have multiple workshops to have long-term follow-up studies by well-trained psychologists or developmental pediatricians or whomever we call. We need to have that for both for research as well as for clinical. It has implications, clinical implications as well. And then we need to have a network, a research network, which could be a clinical trial network, or it could be an observation network, but we need a research network which is similar to an NACHT, National Research, Neonatal Research Network, NRN, an NACHT work, or even like a Birmingham Oxford network, not necessarily large studies, but still they publish their data. I think that's the next one. Again, this should be like 2 to 3 years. That should be focusing on maternal newborn health. So we need to sit with FOXA and start from the antenatal period, at least from the perinatal period, and then go on to till 1 to 2 years. And what we can, we actually mobilize funds for so many activities. But it's possible to have CSR funding, for example. That's one example, to have funds secured for this research network. Lastly, I will just finish with this slide. So whatever we have done is all good intentions. Okay, so that's the quote. So the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but we always forget the other part. The road to heaven is paved with good actions. So I think it's time for good actions now. Thank you.
Jiva, thank you. You know, it is important that NNF selected this topic itself. That's a great merit to consider. I have only 2 points. You have actually analyzed well, and you have also given solutions, which are potentially feasible solutions. My 2 observations are that this situation is not unique to NNF. This is common to the other sister professional agencies. So IAP, I have the same problem with IAP. There also not much research. So that may be a mother body or separate body, FOXY. So this formula should apply to others also, and then with FOXY and IAP, if we make a networking business model, I think we can actually have more potential for fundraising as well. My second observation is that there is so much of data in your systems already, which is not being used for action. There is so much data logged in our registers and computers presently in private sector and in government sector, but there is so much mistrust on data sharing that we have to overcome. And with this big data analytics available and Girish's new babies like large language model and artificial intelligence, I think India can actually use all the data logged in health system for the world to understand how to improve health in LMICs. So that global leadership will emanate only if we start at grassroots level. And some of the solutions he has said, simple. We, from WHO, I financed for 10 years a small network of hospitals for stillbirth, birth defect and newborn. Stillbirth and birth defect was easy because the numbers are less. But when we said newborns, that means all the deliveries, 30,000 in LHMC, 20,000 in Maulana Azad Medical College, very difficult. Right? But data is being collected. Ashish Jain, not here. But he himself, in his computer, there is a lot of data which is important for research. But we are not using all of that. So with that, a comment from him and then.
At the end of the day, it was really a sixer. Those who are hardcore neonatologists, they will understand. Dr. Jiva, very well done. Few points. Firstly, as you started with this, that is as if the lesions are only found outside India. It is our problem. We don't recognize ourselves. हमारे मुर्गे को दाल समझते हैं, बाहर के दाल को मुर्गा समझते हैं. So it's not a very pleasant statement. But legions are in India and they should be speaking on, and maybe the people who matter, they should take this into account. For future activities, must take Jiva as one of the legions in the research. First remark. Second is, it is an attitudinal problem. We don't bring in a change in the attitude of people doing research. I was research head in SGPGI and also heading the research presently. And when the director made me a research head, he only said, Dr. Girish, यहाँ तो research clear ही नहीं होती research head से. There is no pro-research environment. So if you facilitate, after my taking over, every department started doing research. So that's the need of the hour, that we should be pro-research. Thirdly, we should have research questions available. As we said, research priority. I was lucky sometimes back, Professor Paul was to address in Bangalore, research priorities, last moment he withdrew. So I had to give research priorities in India in that national conference. And then I'm coming to the fact that let's decide research questions that are relevant to us. When I review them, I reject 80% of them. So what I did, I thought I must give a solution, which I'm offering to NNF. I developed a tool, research question assessment tool, given a score. In that itself, you decide whether it's worth it or not, and then we help people to do research. So there is a need to do this, and if you want, I will give it freely to NNF. Okay? Lastly, I'm also associating research with innovation and IPR. It's the present government, everyone thinks that we should think out of box. But why we don't associate innovation along with this? And also IPRs, intellectual property rights. It's the time now that we start sensitizing people on IPR and maybe NNF can start a fresh award for innovations in India. Thank you very much. Wonderfully done.
Sir, as NNF Cretin with my incoming president, Dr. Lalan over here, I think the idea of having a database should be implemented. We can, as a body, we can invest into. So we should probably invest into having a database, a software in which even if basic data we are lagging. I was discussing with Ramesh and Naveen, he said that even what is in the private scenario, let alone only in government, what is the mortality rate of VLBW is difficult to know. What is the post-discharge mortality and survival in 1 year is difficult to know. And what is the ROP rates in private, that is difficult to know. So if we have, and every fellowship center has have basic data entry, if it is there, birth weight, gestation, mortality, cause of death, then even that would give a lot of data. Sepsis, as the Dennis study was there from by Dr. Jiva and Dr. Mankar over here. So we should give that a priority of creating a database. Dr. Praveen and Dr. Srinivas Murki had earlier tried doing it. While NNPD 2003, which Dr. Jiva had shown, I was part of that because I was doing DM at that time. And filling in computer, even correct gestation weight is difficult at times. So it has to be, any data which is there has to be filtered, monitored, checked, and so that makes it difficult. So person who is doing it reflexly is hardly bothered what he is writing, and so that is one of the problems. But yes, having a database of population, it is something which NNF can do, and Dr. Lalan, I would request you, Dr. Jiva K's opinion, so we should think for.
One more remark I'll make. Fellowships in India. I am not really aware what's a prerequisite. As far as the fellowships which I have started in 3 institutions, prerequisite to appear in the exam is research paper completed, submitted, and presented. If they don't do it, they don't appear in the exam. So maybe we can think like that.
Thank you, sir. Any comments from anybody? Yes, ma'am. Yes, Dr. Suksham, एक बार आप बता सकते हैं. अच्छा, हाँ बताओ. माइक ले लो पीछे.
Rajesh rightly pointed out, for the SNCUs, obviously in back of mind we will say nahi wo data pata nahi kitna correct hai kitna nahi. At least we can look into it, and whatever figures we are getting, start from that. And for the tertiary care center, believe me, all the tertiary care centers, those who are running the program, even the PG one they are collecting, and all DM running institutions are having a database already available. But we are not, I fully agree with Dr. Rajesh, we have lots of data and lots of common parameters are already existing, but we are not compiling them. One is, while we are working towards establishing this database, at least we should learn from whatever is available. I was just discussing with Jiva and was just waiting for his talks. And my colleague was saying, you will miss your train. I said, no, no, don't worry, I'll catch the train also and I'll listen to the talk also.
Thank you.
So, I have a problem with the researcher prize. Because you mentioned about collaboration. You should give prize to only those researchers जिसमें 5 centers collaborate कर रहे हो. तो ही research के लिए, then only you are eligible for the prize.
The criteria can always be defined, but the
that
idea
would
is
that would be a good idea. Like, and if you give designate like NNF parameters कि ये आपके database में minimum होना चाहिए, आपके उस हिसाब से data collect किया, then only you can apply for the prize. So then that will kind of, at least हर एक city में 5-5 लोग इकट्ठा होके prize के लिए apply तो करेंगे. नहीं, so you don't have to. No, but that's one of the things. But what sir said, I've been doing for the last 15 years. जब भी MD student, I will only sign the thesis only if he's submitted the papers. So I've ended up publishing quite a lot in the last 10 years only because of that.
Good. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for staying here till the end to listen to Dr. Jiva. And खाना नीचे सबका वेट कर रहा है. Everybody is invited for lunch. Thank you, Dr. Annapurna. Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Dr. Jiva, he has said it all. He is an excellent researcher. He, yes, come for a, जो लोग हैं वो लोग भी सब आ जाए फोटोग्राफ के लिए. Please पैनल वाले आ जाएं. Yes, please. आइए सर, आइए फोटोग्राफ के लिए. और जो लोग बचे लास्ट तक वो भी. सब लोग आ जाओ. डॉक्टर ललन आइए ऊपर आइए. Yes, this will be a photograph जिनको reimbursement मिलेगा for travel. Who stayed till the end. After Satvik, please come over. Dr. DM. हाँ. मग भी दे रहा है अभी. गणेश जी भी.